Hello, Julia.
Hi, Alistair. How are you?
Great, thank you.
How was your vacation?
Well, it was really relaxing and so liberating to finally be soaring through the skies. And actually also, I must say, it was fantastic to see these airports a lot busier than I'd expected. You know, aircraft taxiing in and out. There was so much going on and real crew greeting real passengers.
I totally agree. I experienced the same. I just came back on Sunday, actually. But now we are back here in Rauenheim in the Flying Lab. Let's start with the Airline Forum 2021 with its motto, Back in the Sky.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lufthansa Systems Airline Forum. We have 80 airlines signed up. We've got 500 customers registered, and it's ready to go. 2021. This is the 14th Lufthansa Systems Airline Forum. It's the second online edition. And this year, we've got 8 product tracks. We've got 48 sessions and a whole wealth of news, exciting news about Netline.
Let me jump in with some exciting news. And this is an absolute first, Alistair. We have set up a dedicated Microsoft Teams platform for our customers to virtually exchange ideas and to collaborate with each other and, of course, our product experts. And Alistair, I think you would agree that this type of platform is one of the best for this type of interaction, right?
Yes, that's absolutely right. Teams is the absolutely perfect platform for exactly what we're trying to achieve here. Now, this is also where we can ask our customers to join in the Coffee Mug Challenge. The Coffee Mug Challenge is going to be where you at home or at the office take your favorite or your ugliest or the funniest coffee mug that you have around. Please take a photograph, upload it. I think seeing as we don't have you here with us, we'd love to see a photograph of you with your coffee mug. And if you upload it, we can see, and you'll be entering the Coffee Mug Challenge.
So the pictures can look like this or just with the cup itself. It's up to you. And we're looking forward to receiving many of them.
And of course, the winner is going to be announced about a week after the Airline Forum. So talking of fun, Julia, what about some housekeeping?
Housekeeping is not going to be a big topic this year. It's just to inform you that all sessions will be recorded and the recordings will be made available to you after the Airline Forum, but that's it.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Lufthansa Systems Airline Forum will start with a 20-minute address by our CEOs, Olivier Krüger and Thomas Wittmann. That will be followed by an address from your head of region. Then we'll be able to share with you some customer input. And following that, we've got a podium discussion, discussing all things about getting back into the sky regarding Netline topics. Now, that concludes the first part. Moving forward, we've got the product sessions, and that's where you click on the link in Microsoft Teams for the session of your choice. Alternatively, you can also go to the Lufthansa Systems Airline Forum website, dedicated Airline Forum website, and you'll find the links there as well. As Julia mentioned earlier, everything's going to be recorded so you can watch these things at your leisure afterwards as well. Now, getting to the end, in conclusion, we'll be back here in the Flying Lab for the final wrap-up.
So let's start. And with this, we hand over to our CEOs, Olivier Krüger and Thomas Wittmann.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Alistair, for this wonderful introduction. Dear customers, partners, and friends, together with Thomas, I would like to open the Airline Forum 2021. It's the 14th, as Alistair mentioned already in his little introduction, and we're very proud to be able to conduct this forum once again. Yes, it is the second virtual forum that we're conducting, and to be very frank, Thomas and I, when we discussed last year in September what we're going to do this year, we were very clear and sure that we would meet in person, and trust me, I would have very much preferred that. Nevertheless, there's a very clear guideline from our perspective. We won't allow the pandemic to disrupt us in this way. And therefore, it is very clear that we want to connect people also in the future, and technology is helping us to do so, I think, in a very meaningful way. If I look into what we as a community made out of it last year in September, and looking at the feedback, I think altogether we did quite well. In this sense, let's make use of this forum and once again learn from each other, exchange the latest news, the developments, the challenges that you individually in your respective area, in your country, with your airline, and maybe with your workplace on an individual level, and discuss it. This is what this forum is all about. Despite this wonderful format, though, as I mentioned, I would have really preferred to meet you in person, and therefore, Thomas and I, together with the management, we thought, what is going to be the motto this year? And we decided then very clearly it has to be, and it is, back in the sky. I'll give you a little story. A year ago, I live in Munich and work in Frankfurt. I flew from Munich to Frankfurt. I walked through the airport in Munich, and I couldn't believe it. There was almost nobody. There were 2 aircrafts taking off that day. It was, to be very frank, horrible to see that. Yesterday, I had a wonderful experience. I was downgraded from business to economy, and I was sitting in the very end of the aircraft in the middle, on a middle seat. And you know what? It was the great experience I could have imagined. Why? The aircraft was full. The airport was full. People were excited. People are traveling again, and I hope it will continue that path. This year, we decided to put a little focus during the sessions on your individual needs. So we're having a regional perspective on one side, and at the same time, we're trying to provide actually benefits to you on an individual level, even though we clearly are a product company and we want to provide as much standardization as possible throughout the industry. But again, it is important for us that these standardized products are actually feeding your individual needs. And this is why we're here and why we want to talk to you about these things. Wherever you are on the route of recovery, it's time to rethink our industry once again, I shall say, but maybe a bit more than ever before. We have to explore new technologies in order to get back into the skies and to make it very clear. The use of modern technologies and solid database is absolutely decisive for our industry, for many industries, but I would say for the airline industry even more than for everyone else. Data analysis, machine learning algorithms, artificial intelligence, cloud, all these new technologies are of utmost importance from our perspective, and we're trying to bring this into our product world, but also into the discussions that we're having with you, our dear customers, on a daily basis. It is important for the industry and for you to be able to take faster decisions, better decisions. And if we look into the challenges in the future, it's not only the pandemic that we're facing right now, but there are environmental challenges. There are other challenges to come, maybe some of those we don't even know yet. And for all of this, you need tools, products, and knowledge to take decisions in a very fast manner. I'd like to cite the vision of our NetLine family and I'll read it to you. Together, we connect to make the best decision ahead of time. I think that explains it very well. We're breaking new grounds on the technical level. We are further developing our portfolio, of course, and we would like to be very transparent on that. And we are, of course, materializing on pioneering technologies, which is becoming more and more important. There's always a momentum to say thank you to you, our customers, partners, and friends, and I would like to do this on behalf of the entire team of Lufthansa Systems. We're very proud to be part of this community and to serve you. We had also in these challenging new customers coming on board. I won't be able to mention everyone, but let me name a few. Eurowings Discover, who started operation this summer only, is part of the family and we're very proud. So welcome to everyone from Eurowings Discover. We also extended partnerships, long-lasting partnerships, and we're in particular proud if we look into what Air confirmed through its new contracts with us for Netline Sket and our codeshare management Sket Connect product. Thank you for that. El Al, Royal Air Maroc, United Airlines also rely on Sket Connect in the future. Air Transtate is relying on our strategic network planning solution, the product Netline Plan, but also the German Air Force with Netline Crew and Netline Ops++ is part of the family. Thank you for that. There's a lot more. Norwegian, Ryanair, Volotea, TUI Group, and so on and so forth. Forgive me if I can't mention everyone, but we're in particular proud of every single customer who trusts us and trust our people. Having this said, let's have a look into more details, and therefore I would like to hand over to my dear colleague, Thomas. Thomas.
Thank you, Olivier. Yeah, let's now have a look at recent developments in our product landscape. COVID results in dramatic changes in demand for air travel. This change is twofold: a significantly reduced demand and high volatility of demand with changed demand patterns. Even when demand is back on 2019 levels, the world will be different from the world we know before the pandemic. Airlines have to be faster and more flexible in changing their schedules to adapt to demand, and the pressure on cost will be higher than before. This requires a planning process that is automated through smart IT solutions to an extent that we could not imagine a few years back, and with cost of ownership that fits into the stressed budgets of airlines after the pandemic. Because of this, we were focusing during the last months on developments for giving you, our customers, the flexibility to successfully get back into the sky. We focused our product development on readjusting your network quickly to account for demand and regulatory changes, increasing automation levels in key processes, and leveraging cloud to improve your total cost of ownership by minimizing your effort to run our products. We are especially proud of the development of our new Hub Designer. The Hub Designer re-optimizes your network, routes, connections, and frequencies, considering the changed demand, your fleet and other resources, but also taking the competitive situation into account. This is indeed a large optimization problem, and our experts have found ways to solve it. We already ran first scenarios for the Lufthansa Group and analyzed the results. We made an interesting observation. The algorithm designs by itself a bank structure with a wave pattern. Seems familiar, so very encouraging result. Besides the Hub Designer, there are changes and existing capabilities in many products that aim to accelerate workflows caused by frequent schedule changes and to increase automation. Changed schedules also means changed codeshare connections. Sket Connect helps airlines to manage their codeshare operations by automating connection building and schedule exchange. By using Sket Connect, the schedule delivery pattern is always adjusted to the schedule changes, even in times of massive change. Another impact of schedule changes is the need of commercial fine-tuning of aircraft sizes. Some of you are already using the Netline Fleet Designer for this task to find best matching equipment while also considering crew and maintenance constraints. Short notice schedule changes even impact the operations control timeframe. Netline Ops++ Tail Optimizer helps you to get the most out of your tail assignment process also in the operations control timeframe. Another critical issue is to deal with the ramping up and down of networks are the crews and their qualifications. Together with our new customer, ATSG, we have developed a new qualification and training management module for Netline crew in order to always have an up-to-date view on the certification state of cockpit and cabin crews and plan qualification and requalification in due time. Besides these functional extensions, we are working hard to bring our products into the cloud. This can help you in two ways. First, by relying on cloud hosting services, we can reduce your effort to take care of IT operation of our products. Second, cloud-operated products come with additional advantage that it is much easier and faster to adapt compute power to changing fleet sizes or network sizes. In the times of low traffic, for some of our products, the system usage goes down. Cloud-hosted customers were already able to also shrink the IT operating environment, saving cost. And they're able to bring it back up in times where traffic is picking up. Our cloud operation experts are always monitoring cloud resource usage and ensure a cost-efficient setup. A few examples. For Garuda Indonesia, flag carrier of Indonesia, we did the first migration into our global aviation cloud for both Netline SCAD and Netline Plan, going live already mid of last year. Lufthansa Group combined cloud migration with integration of all group airlines into one Netline Ops++ platform. Lufthansa Cargo, Swiss, Edelweiss, Eurowings Discover, and Lufthansa CityLine are already migrated to our Netline Ops++ platform, which is of course running in our global aviation cloud. While our current focus is to bring our applications into the cloud, we drive our developments forward into implementing truly cloud-native architectures to even reach a higher level of flexibility. Our vision is that you will be easily able to access our solutions provided as a service to you out of the cloud with minimal effort for you to manage the setup. Beside cloud, one of the most exciting new technologies that will help us to provide more automation in the future is the application of artificial intelligence. Together with the experts from our subsidiary Zero-G, we just retrained the AIOCC algorithm for Eurowings on current data to make it ready for the new normal. The retrained artificial agent will now adjust itself to the rising traffic situation and will be able to support the Eurowings ops controllers in critical situations. We already have further data sources to be integrated in AIOCC on our roadmap. So I hope you will have plenty of opportunity to dive deeper into our product innovations in the coming sessions. Our product experts are very much looking forward to your feedback. And with this, I hand over back to Olivier.
Thank you, Thomas. As we just heard, there's plenty of topics to talk about. And we would like to encourage you to have plenty of these discussions from different angles. In this sense, we also thought about what are actually the challenges in the future, maybe already the current one, without having spent too much focus on it. And therefore, we also see that sustainability is a topic that we would like to bring into the discussions and therefore stimulate everyone to not only look from a technological perspective, but also from an overall perspective and also a sustainability perspective into these topics. We're quite proud to be part of a group, the Lufthansa Group in this case, who is putting a lot of focus on sustainability already. There's topics like sustainable aircraft fuel, but also the shark skin, the reduction of plastic on board, to name some smaller impacts, but also the compensation of the CO2 emissions by passengers and cloud migration, as just pointed out by my dear colleague Thomas. We, as Lufthansa Systems, we're also looking into our own footprint. So what about our data centers? What about the cloud migrations that we're looking at? What about the buildings that we're in? So we're going into this topic from an holistic point of view, from our own perspective, but also to serve you and to make sure that you have a partner on board who is focusing on the CO2 footprint in the future and overall is looking into sustainability. But also from a product perspective, we have been providing the industry with products which are helping to reduce the footprint. Just look at Lido 4D, for instance. The reduction of fuel consumptions up to 5% is definitely a footprint, that a reduced footprint in terms of CO2, which you are benefiting from. And I think we need to look a lot more into this direction and think along these lines. But also schedule planning, for instance. Smart hub and spoke network airlines can avoid large portions of the CO2 emissions as well. And all of this is actually happening before the flight. Airlines can link their networks with partners like buses or trains. In short-haul traffic, it is going to contribute as well. So let's work jointly on all these tasks that are ahead. Let's have good discussions. And it's all about people. It's about you. It's not an industry that is in an abstract form somewhere. It's people who are working in this industry. And therefore, we're going to do something we have not done in the past, but we would like to show you a little bit on how we are also transforming our company into a much more integrated company, also from a product perspective. Just to give you an example, the Netline world and the Lido world are going to be much closer in the future in order to serve you from a much more holistic perspective. And that can not only be done from a technical perspective and a product perspective, but there's also people behind. And I would like to show you 4 colleagues who are going to take over responsibility in the future in this sense. We have on the left side Norbert Müller, who you probably know already, who's going to take over the responsibility for the product management from an overall Lufthansa Systems perspective. We have Jan-Peter Genze, who you're going to hear later, who is going to take over the responsibility of product development and delivery with a very clear focus on customers. We have Bernd Jurisch, with all his expertise in the industry, in the Netline world, but also the Lido world. He is going to take care of the transformation project, which is very necessary in the upcoming months and years. And then we're particularly proud that we were able to attract someone outside of our industry with Susan Linden, who is going to be the head of architecture, technology in IT operations. Technology is of utmost importance to us, and we felt that we needed to have someone taking care of this topic throughout the entire company, so we're not working in silos anymore and will be able to provide much more integrated products and solutions to you, our valued customers. In this sense, without any further ado, I wish you a very successful Airline Forum 2021.
Yeah, our product experts are very much looking forward to exciting sessions with you. And yeah, to have nobody waiting for these sessions, I hand over to Julia and Alistair.
Thank you very much, Thomas and Olivier. Wonderful. Julia, I have never heard Olivier so happy about being downgraded before.
Me neither. I usually think he prefers flying in business class, but I feel like these special times give us special reasons to be happy about things we are usually not happy about. So I feel that's something different. But I also like Thomas' part quite a lot about the technology part. So I experienced a lot of collaboration among the colleagues, especially with the Netline in the past months. I was part of the team launching the Hub Designer. We were producing a lot of content. We were creating videos, and collaboration in general was very, very constructive, although we didn't see each other and we only worked virtually. But I feel that this is something very unique, and we had a very great team spirit here, at least in that line in Lufthansa Systems.
Yes, you've done a great job. And I would like to... Thank you. Teamwork. Yes, now, here we are with the Asia Pacific region, and it's lovely to have you with us today. Yesterday, we welcomed the Europe, Middle East and African region, and also a separate session for the Americas. Now, as you've probably seen on the agenda, we've got all of these sessions that have been set up. Some of them are slightly different from region to region. So we've mentioned before, everything's being recorded, and after this event, the recordings will be made available for you to pick and choose what you'd like to see from the previous sessions as well. Just as much as well as the sessions that are happening today will be viewable for everybody else who participated yesterday from the Americas and Europe, Middle East and Africa. So now it's time to introduce the leadership team in Asia Pacific, and with this I'd like to hand over to, I think, probably the best looking backdrops that we've had so far. And getting us into the mood, I'd now like to hand over to Tom and your team.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Welcome everybody. Great to see so many familiar faces and names here today. My name is Tom Vannendale, and together with the entire Asia Pacific team, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We're honored to have you here for the 14th edition of the Airline Forum. With 14 years of tradition, and as already mentioned by my colleagues before, this event is in many ways also really new. And I'm not referring to the virtual setup, but with the rapidly growing community that we have. It's the first time that we have dedicated sessions per region, and as such we have a specific session for the Asia Pacific market. And it's also the first time we have airline friends joining that are not yet active members of this great user community, but will be hopefully in the near future. So again, a warm welcome to all of you. This year's motto, Back to the Sky, Olivier mentioned it already, is surely a topic that we're looking forward to, but on the other hand, it's also keeping us on our toes, and it generates a lot of challenges. Ourselves from various aspects, Thomas mentioned the technology side of things, Olivier mentioned the commercial side of things, and as a group ourselves, we had to adapt and overcome. And we will need to continue to adjust to the ever-changing circumstances as we are all confronted with pretty much on a day-to-day basis. And as such, I'd like to reiterate the fact that the motto Back in the Sky means sharing. Sharing with all of you how the circumstances have influenced our products and solutions, but it also means learning from each other, sharing first-hand insights through your input, which is a key benefit of this great user community. And as mentioned, you will have access to both the Americas and the European sessions as well. I would like maybe also to ask you to express and reach out and voice out your thoughts, your questions during the upcoming hours. If there's anything that you're interested in, please feel free to use the platform to share your questions or your insights with us. This will help to provide some additional benefit to the entire event over the next couple hours. And before we kick off with a first user experience from one of our valued customers, I'd like to introduce the regional management team, the team that is leading the Asia Pacific environment. They're here to support our active members, but also all of you who are considering to join in the future as active members. We have Ashish Ahuya, we have Mr. David Parrish, and we have Kazuya Ota in Japan. And as such, I hand over to the Far East, Japan, Ota-san, over to you.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everyone from Tokyo, Japan. My name is Kaz Ota. I manage all of our businesses for Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. I'm very excited to be here with you today at this Back in the Sky 2021 Airline Forum. Here today, we have existing customers and new airline friends attending this forum. From Japan, I want to welcome Japan Airlines, ANA, All Nippon Airways, who's looking to learn more about the Netline product. Over from Korea, we have Korean Air today to check out what we have to offer. From Taiwan, we have EVA Air and Starlux Airlines. Also, I would like to welcome China Airlines. Thank you so much for joining this exciting forum, packed with fruitful contents for the next few hours. I just would like to take a few minutes of your time talking about myself. I spent most of my working life within the airline industry over the last 30 years. The first half of it, I spent time in the United States. The one outshines the most and still shines today is what I have learned in my very beginning of my career. I began my career as airport operations staff member at Trans World Airlines, better known as TWA, in the mid-80s. There I've learned about customer first. The customer was the center of our focus that time, and the customer made us better. Learning from the customer to provide better journey experience for traveling public. And that focus is here with me and with us even today. Lufthansa is obviously not TWA, but Lufthansa Systems, we offer a range of software to serve airline as whole, but we also are very much focused on our customers. We listen to our customers, we listen to your needs and adapt your voices into our product. That is how we get better at it, offering you the stuff that you need to fill the gap of pain you might have today and for the future, so you can be future-proof. I hope that we're doing the right thing for you all to offer the number of solutions that may support you and help you to get better so you can offer the best of class air travel experience to your customer. Now I'll turn this over to Ashish Ahuja, who is the Vice President of India continent. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, Kaz. Thank you very much, and warm greetings from me from India. With that, I welcome our friends from Indigo, SpiceJet, Vistara, Go Airways, Sri Lankan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking time out to join us here today. My name is Ashish, and I take care of Lufthansa Systems interest in the Indian subcontinent. I'll say a very dynamic Indian subcontinent. From quite some time, it has been at the very dynamic, and all of a sudden, the COVID has in fact increased the amount of dynamism that we can see in this industry. We have this Indigo Airlines not stopping its acquisition of the aircrafts and expanding. We have Vistara, who is again always wanting to join new and go into the new territories. It's Go Airways, who is repositioning itself, and we have these Jet Airways coming back into the skies again, and we have Akasa, who is ready to fly. So all in all, what we feel is that this Indian domestic Indian subcontinent market could be quite different, and it's changing, and it could be quite different in the next few years. So I'm happy to be a part of this dynamic industry and the dynamic aviation market in the Indian subcontinent, and I hope that we continue to move further. what we are seeing from our side is that what is connecting all this dynamism is that most of the airlines are now trying to achieve the automation and achieve efficiency with that automation. That's become a prime focus for these airlines. It was there, but now with the COVID, I think it has in fact increased much more. And we, as such, it's a responsibility for us as Lufthansa Systems to provide support these airlines with robust, stable, matured systems, which are based on the new the cloud or the AI technologies that we are talking about. Hope you will have a glimpse of these as you go by in the next few hours, and hope you have a wonderful time during this time. Again, I thank you very much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful time and welcome aboard. Thank you very much, and over to you, David, on this from my side.
Thank you, Ashish, and thank you to my colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone, and a big hello to our NetLine user community here in Asia Pacific, and also a warm hello to our airline guest. My name is David Parrish, and I serve as Vice President of Sales for Southeast Asia and China. I just want to start by touching on a fascinating data fact. A previous estimate for the Asia Pacific fleet as a whole showed an expected increase over the next 20 years to be upwards of 130%. In other words, a massive increase of over 18,000 aircraft through 2040. This will increase overall business and operational requirements for our airlines. And even though recent events have slowed this expected increase, our airline community in Asia Pacific is eager and getting ready for a quick return to this expected growth. A growth that will have significant impacts, starting with increased demand for strategic planning requirements and reverberating up through day-to-day operations. How can we, Lufthansa Systems, be of service to you? Well, here's what I hope every one of you have as a minimum for a takeaway today. In a nutshell, summing it up, our team and through our NetLine suite of products position us as a leader in the industry by providing airlines fully integrated solutions that not only support, yet also improve your business, starting with key strategic planning requirements and up through the criticalness of having successful day-to-day operations. So keeping it short and in closing, I would like to give a big thank you to our user community and guests for giving us your time and attention. This is a large and remarkable group here, and zeroing in on Southeast Asia and China for a moment. This group extends from the leaders in our time zone, Air New Zealand, obviously in New Zealand, all the way over to our friends at Thai Airways in the Kingdom of Thailand. And in between those two locations includes our friends at Cathay, Philippine Airlines, Xiamen Airlines, Sichuan Airlines, Junya Airlines, JD.com in China, Garuda Indonesia, Vietnam Airlines, Bamboo Airlines, AirAsia X, and Singapore Airlines. Again, thank you all for attending, and we look forward to being in the skies with you again. Alistair, over to you.
It's lovely to see all of you, my dear old colleagues from Asia. Yeah, and again, those pictures, you certainly win the prize for the best background pictures there. Yeah, wonderful. Now, let me just jump on something that Tom said. David, you mentioned it right at the end as well. Yes, this is a unique setup that we've done especially for you here in Asia Pacific. We've got, obviously, the Airline Forum is traditionally a forum for our active user community. But this year, we are also inviting along some special guests who are still considering joining the user community for the future. So we're going to have later on, we will be splitting off, but that will be part of the bridge before the next coffee break, I think. And it's great to have all of you with us. Yeah, so thanks very much. Julia, so what's next?
First of all, welcome from my side as well. I'm pretty impressed how many customers from APAC we have here today. Next, we will have a short 5-minute coffee break, so we meet back at 2:50 Singapore time here, and I kindly invite you to use the coffee break to participate in our Coffee Mug Challenge. So I feel that's a good chance. Send your pictures either in the Microsoft Teams channel that we have set up, or send an email to events@lhsystems.com, and we are looking forward to receiving your pictures.
Yeah, so that's events@lhsystems.com. Look forward to seeing you later. 5-minute break now.
now that you grabbed the coffee, I hope you took many, many pictures of you. As you can see, I'm sitting alone right here. Alistair left me. He already prepared at the second stage because we would like to welcome a very special guest right now. It's Dennis Lam from Cathay Pacific Airways, and Alistair will have an interview session with him. So Alistair, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Julia. Yes, and it's wonderful to be here with Dennis Lam from Cathay Pacific. Hello there, Dennis.
Good morning, Alistair, and good afternoon to everyone else in the call.
Good afternoon. Yes, good. Now, when I saw your name on the agenda, Dennis, you and I go back a long way, and I said, I want this gig. So that's why I'm standing here right now. Yes, Dennis, one of our key active members, getting back to what we were saying earlier on, of the user community. And well, one of the great things about the user community is that it's comprised of lots and lots of individuals, and it's these people that actually make the community. So Dennis, maybe just a quick introduction of yourself there, please.
Yeah, sure. So I've been working in the airline industry for nearly 22 years. I started as a check-in agent with Cathay in Sydney, well, 22 years ago. And then I spent a few years there while I was doing my master's degree. And then after SARS here in Hong Kong, there was a very rare opportunity in the airline's IOC or OCC to become an ops controller. So I, at the time didn't know anything about what OCC did. I was very curious about what the job description. So I applied, put in my resume, and the rest is history.
Yes, and now you head the whole shebang there in Cathay City.
That's right.
No, great stuff. Well, of course, yeah, Dennis, you moved on to Ops Plus Plus a few years ago. It was actually one of the first customers going straight on to Ops Plus Plus without having touched Classic. And I think what we've been through together through this last pandemic, that's one thing. But you just mentioned there, going all the way back, you were also involved in operations at the time of SARS. So just a cheeky question to you right now. What sort of experience did you actually glean out of that that pandemic, the epidemic pandemic that really hit Hong Kong traffic really, really hard into now?
Well, at the time I was still working at Sydney Airport, so I could only sort of, look at things from outside the IOC perspective. But I remember I was a check-in agent, and I met one of our flights on arrival. And back then, all our crew were wearing masks. That was something actually very strange to us. And in fact, we were given masks for the flight as well, and only just a few people got off the aircraft. Back then, what's different, compared to this particular one was SARS only really just lasted a few months, and I remember it was May or June, 2003. Suddenly the virus just disappeared and everything went back to normal, sort of overnight. Unlike what we've been experiencing right now, there's just, well, at least this part of the world anyway, we don't really see any sign of improving. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so Dennis, I think we've seen you've got some slides prepared as well. So yep. Let's just bring in what you've got regarding the current situation. So sure. If we can see that slide, yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
So we've got before and after COVID.
That's right. So just to give you a bit of a taste of how bad it's actually hit Cathay, or Cathay, not just Cathay Pacific, but also the airline group. So, beginning of last year, we were running 3 airlines. There were Cathay Pacific, Cathay Dragon, and Air Hong Kong. And at the time, our IOC was managing, a total of 210 aircraft, approximately 550 flights a day. Nowadays, about a year ago, we decided to close down Cathay Dragon because it was just not viable for the group to be running 3 airlines. So Dragon KA was gone, and we are now left with just the 2 airlines, one premium brand, and then another one, Air Hong Kong, which is a pure freight, express freight operator. We're down to, I say here 110 aircraft because they're not actually parked, but really there are only about 70 of them flying on a regular basis. So the other 40, we've got to sort of fly them every now and then to make sure they're in good conditions. And we're down from 550 to today about 150 flights.
Yes, Dennis, that's really quite a shocking development, of course. And where are we at now when you're looking at your restart program?
Well, unfortunately, as a lot of other countries are opening up or have already opened up, here in Hong Kong, we are actually bound by some very strict quarantine requirements. So we've just had our summer peak, which is coming to an end. We've managed to fly a lot of students to America and Europe, when they start their school there. But that will go away in the next 2 or 3 weeks, when all the schools in Europe and the UK resume. And we're probably down to, we'll probably be down to, maybe 100 flights, because we also have some very strict crew quarantine requirements that might kick in next Monday. So at the moment, nobody knows how bad it's going to be. And I don't really see us sort of going to some sort of, normal schedule this winter. Maybe things will improve when we hit the summer schedule next year. But right now, we can't see light at the end of the tunnel, from where I'm sitting.
Goodness me, yes. Well,
yes.
Obviously we want you to get back in the sky, and you will, don't worry. I think everyone's confident it will happen, but exactly when is more the issue. But obviously when there's not too much in the sky right now, what does that actually mean for your ops people, for the workload for yourselves there? Has that dropped dramatically as well?
Actually, it hasn't dropped a lot, depending on what actually goes on during the day. So just a couple of days ago, we were dealing with this super typhoon that was, well, it went past Taiwan, didn't actually do a lot of damage, but then it was heading towards Shanghai, and the forecast back on Monday was to have it sort of loiter around Shanghai for a few days. So we actually, we were just dealing with the cancellation of about 10 flights, but a lot of our colleagues were brought into, regular disruption meetings, because under COVID situation, there's just so much that you got to look after to get it right. So as an example, in the past, we would just, if we had a typhoon here in Hong Kong, we would just tell our staff in the outstations, well, don't send the passengers to Hong Kong, put them on direct flights to their final destinations. Today, however, we cannot find seats on any other airlines. So we were dealing with not a lot of passengers, just about 1,300, but they all had to come to Hong Kong to go to the final destinations, and most of them are students, so they're not going to cancel their flights. And we had a lot of difficulty just to re-protect them. That process is still ongoing as we speak.
Yes, so you've got you're having to deal with an amazing amount of disruption right now. You've got to keep the show on the road, and maybe we'll take this opportunity to switch into talking about Ops++.
Sure.
So I think you've prepared a slide there ready for us, right?
Yep, that's right. So I'll be your salesman for 2 minutes. Disclaimer: wasn't paid to do this, so. So very quickly, for other Ops++ users and other customers out there. So we've been using NetLine Ops++ for nearly 7 years now. So we cut over back in December 2014. The reason why we selected Ops++ was due to a number of sort of strengths, and I've listed a number of them on the screen here. So there's the very strong situational awareness feature for Ops++. So there's the warnings. So I think in all the ops control systems out there, when there's a problem, it'll give you a warning. But with Ops++, you actually get the different color codes. So the significant ones will come up as red, and then you've got the orange and the yellow ones. So the ops controllers can attend to, obviously, the most critical ones first, and then go through the other ones later on. There's also a very powerful feature in terms of the Gantt chart filtering, and also generating reports that are customized. So that's very useful during disruptions. If I want to say, during a typhoon here, I want to download a flight schedule, and I can just export it into an Excel file and pass it to my colleagues in other departments. There's also the additional features like OpsLink and Money Machine. OpsLink is a read-only sort of web browser for people outside of the OCC to actually access certain information of the flight schedule. So they don't actually get the full access. They can't make adjustments, but they can get bits and pieces of whatever they need. And the Money Machine is something that you can feed in the cost numbers from your airline, and before you make a decision, it's an additional sort of criteria that you look at, whether this decision is going to be a bit more costly than another one. And over here in Cathay Pacific, we've been actually using NetLine SCED, I think for nearly 10 years now. So the integration with NetLine Ops makes the schedule transfer from our planning people to the OCC people very seamless. There's also a database called NetLine Base that is shared by the two systems. So the two departments don't have to have their own database containing basically the same sort of information, like airport curfews, aircraft restrictions, etc. And we're also becoming a new customer for Lido Flight. They're going to cut over, I believe, next month. So we'll be using 3 NetLine or LSY products by the end of the year.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much there, Dennis. And yeah, the more the merrier as far as the products go. But I think that's a very wise move. I mean, you originally started with the Sched tool there, the schedule planning, and then added on the ops on top, and then it was almost a logical consequence with the flight planning. Also, a tremendously powerful tool there. Anyway, enough of the salesmanship on my part. Now, I would suggest that if we look back at, I mean, I remember the days before Cathay actually migrated onto Ops++. Dennis, could you share with us, let's say, a little bit of what you had before and how working with Ops++ is so different to those earlier days?
I think back then it was a system design, I think back in the 90s. So the display obviously had the very 90s look. Actually, probably system was based on another system, and I was told that was actually before my time. It was basically originally a 70s design. So you can imagine the look just isn't very 21st century. And also in terms of alerting, I was an ops controller when I was using the old system, and I would always sort of get confused because they only had just the one warning on the flight bar, and I wouldn't know whether actually that was a misconnection, a passenger misconnection, or actually a curfew violation. So we had to spend more time just digging into the different flight bars to make sure we didn't actually make any major mistakes. So with Ops++ now, the feasibility warning list with all the different coloring just makes the controller's job a lot easier. So you don't miss. So you don't really want you don't want any red warnings on your screen, and it's just the situational awareness of our staff is a lot stronger these days.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'd like to also reflect back on one thing that you said there with regards to the reporting. That you, I mean, I remember walking through Cathay City and talking to you guys, and also the IT people were really keen on bringing in a system that's going to be able to generate useful reports for these hungry managers up above who just insist on a report for absolutely every incident and activity. How's that working?
Yeah. So the system has the feature for you to extract anything you want from the database. So you can do an initial filter first. So if I just want all the technical delays for the last few days or even for the last month, you can pre-select that and then just export it into an Excel file. It could just be the flight schedule for the next few days. So say if I've got a typhoon coming up to Hong Kong, I could just export all the flights into an Excel file and then give it to whoever needs it to do whatever they have to do. So that powerful feature, and it's you can just customize it depending on the needs at the time.
Yeah, great. So it's certainly serving its purpose there in that respect. So we've talked about where it came from, where it is now, and what about the future of operations control, Dennis? What's that looking like from your perspective?
Sure. So if I could just bring up my slide. Yes. So as Olivier and Thomas, mentioned at the introduction, so there's going to be a lot of reliance, a lot of focus on having new technology, things like the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the term big data is talked about every day in a lot of industries. So, and I do believe that will help the people in OCC run the operation, look after the airline, and do things proactively to avoid major disruptions or to avoid disruptions sort of getting out of hand. But at the same time, I think the human element inside an OCC is just equally important. And I'll tell you why, especially after COVID, having people not sitting together actually creates a lot of problems. So for my team, for example, because of the what might happen with if someone in the airline headquarters has COVID, a government response is actually very, very strict. So they will just take everybody to our quarantine camp for 21 days, and there's no debate on that. So we don't want to risk that and having all the OCC staff taken out of the building, and then the airline cannot keep running. So I've got half of my team relocated to our old Cathay Dragon office on the other side of the highway, and to communicate just within my ops control team when there are issues in the operation. It's difficult enough because I can't have the exact replica, the exact setup in the other building. One thing, for example, there's no usage of satellite phone calls, so they can't call our aircraft, and there's also no setup of VHF. So everything is done via half of the team in the main building, and that comms just makes it so difficult. And just now we had the typhoon disruption. We had to bring people from different departments into our meeting room to discuss it. I can't imagine doing this on Zoom or Teams, because you just can't manage, because everyone wants to talk, and you just can't manage that. Just trying to go around the virtual conference call, the added issues in terms of communication. So it's just great to have people in the same place, talking about issue, trying to resolve it together. That element, I think, in the future will have to stay, because with disruptions in an airline, I don't think computer systems will be able to do it 100% for you. And my next point, I think, especially after COVID, airlines will want to be very careful on spending money. So we do want some sort of capability on predicting costs, and also the analytics capability, because we do sometimes want to look back on a disruption and whether we actually made any mistakes or anything that we could identify improvement opportunities that next time we'll be able to make our decisions better, or make a less costly decision, or do something a bit more efficient, so we don't sort of cause the amount of impact to our passengers and our resources next time. And I guess going back to my earlier point, something I want to maybe discuss later on in our breakout sessions, AI versus HR, human intelligence in the OCC. I think AI will be very, very useful in a lot of the other parts of an airline business. So maybe in terms of optimizing your aircraft utilization, all that sort of stuff. But inside the OCC environment, I'm not sure how AI can actually take over humans. I think some of my, senior bosses would like to think that, well, actually with AI, people in the OCC will be making less mistakes, or well, I shouldn't say mistakes, but will be making better decisions. Sometimes, when we do, in hindsight, we think, well, we should have done something. We should have made that decision. And they tend to think that, well, maybe AI will be able to help us in that regard. But because we are dealing with changing circumstances, so I think the human intelligence part will probably be more important. I mean, you might argue it's just as important as AI, but I would think at this point in time, human intelligence is a bit more important than artificial intelligence, but I'm open to discussion.
Yeah, very good there, Dennis. Well, of course, without human intelligence, we wouldn't have had any artificial intelligence. And I think that's, that goes through even with machine learning. When you get to deep learning, I think that is when humanity becomes possibly a little bit redundant. Now, I've got a question here that's come in on exactly that topic. Sure. Then, Dennis. We've got a question here asking how, and this is the combination of humans and artificial intelligence. You've got your operators, very human indeed. And how would you rate the willingness of the operations controllers to cooperate with potentially an AI assistant, for example, helping to train the agent? What about that?
I think, I mean, as long as you can sort of prove that, the AI assistant can think just as well as, my ops controllers here, and some of them who've been here for, over 20, 30 years. I'm pretty sure there's the initial reluctance to accept that, well, a computer is better than me because I've been here, 20, 30 years. But I think as time goes on, and if you can sort of demonstrate that actually, well, it can come up with better ideas, I think they will be convinced. And having said that, I mean, we look after two airlines here. We look after, passenger and freighter aircraft, and a lot of different aircraft types, different configurations. So there's a lot of complexity in the way we manage Cathay Group's operation. But on the other hand, for an operator like, some of the biggest, low-cost carriers in Europe and America, I mean, I can't imagine ops controllers, having had a snowstorm, go past Europe, and you've got 300-400, single-aisle aircraft scattered all over the place. I think in that regard, AI will actually be a lot quicker and faster to replan your flight schedule and restart the operation, because I can't imagine just, a few guys trying to sort out, the flights for 300-400 aircraft. So I think depending on the airline nature, AI can certainly do a better job.
Wonderful, Dennis. Thank you so much for all of these extremely valuable insights, and also for your enthusiasm looking towards the session that you'll be participating in later on the Ops++ track. Yes, I actually had a sneak peek yesterday, and Andres is doing a great job there. It's certainly something to look forward to. And please, everybody also who's involved in these tracks, do your best to actively participate and contribute. In this community, the more you put in, the more you get out. Simple as that.
Thank you, Alistair.
So Dennis, I would like to close now by saying my most deepest heartfelt thanks for you coming along today and speaking with us. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you again, seeing you again, and hopefully next year face to face here in Germany, if I don't make it out to Hong Kong before that.
Absolutely. Look, I think we're all looking forward to traveling again and not having to come back and put up with hotel quarantine.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very, very much, Dennis. And with this, I'm going to hand back to Julia.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Dennis. It was also a pleasure for me listening to your conversation. It was really interesting and impressive how you, for example, managed the quarantine situation with your team by splitting up the group, how you managed the typhoon. I think these are things we often underestimate here in Europe because we are not confronted with it that much. And I'm also looking forward to your conversation with the ops colleagues concerning artificial intelligence versus human intelligence. I think that's very interesting. And I want to give a quick spoiler alert on the next session already, because we will also be discussing artificial intelligence and operations control together with some very nice ladies from Eurowings. Now it's time to get some more energy again, to grab a coffee again, to think of the Coffee Mug Challenge, to send your picture to events@lhsystems.com, and see you back at 3:30 Singapore time.
And welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your coffee, or are now able to enjoy your coffee after pouring it. And don't forget to upload your coffee mugs. Yes, well, that was that was a real buzz talking to Dennis once again there, Ops++. Actually, let me tell you that yesterday we had a very good customer round. It was a full panel of guys from Air Canada, Avianca, GOL and Transstate. And they were all talking about crew. So we're covering quite a breadth of our portfolio with that, with customer feedback. And now we are going to be also later on after the panel discussion, or I think towards the end of the panel discussion, we've got two more customers speaking. But with this, I'd like to hand over to Julia for the panel discussion about Netline getting back up in the sky. Over to you, Julia.
Thank you, Alistair. There's not much more to add. Well, you might remember that last year we have talked about the transformation into the new normal, and now it's about talking about how to get back in the sky. With me here today are Dirk Bracklow, Head of Product Line Management Netline, Judith Seema, Product Owner Schedule Optimization, and Yvonne Dim, Product Delivery Manager Netline Sched. I'm very happy to have this panel here today with me, and virtually we have Philipp Kemmer, Head of Product Development Netline Crew, and János Veres, CTO Lufthansa Hungary and Chief Architect Netline. Dirk, I would like to open the round with you actually. How did Netline experience the last year? What have we done and in which direction are we moving? I think that's also something that would be of high interest to our customers.
Yes, thanks, Julia. Yeah, looking at what was happening during the pandemic worldwide, we realized that the most important thing our customers need to successfully get back in the sky is flexibility. That is the ability to quickly react to changing market conditions. For Netline, this means our users have to be able to quickly adjust their plans for the aircraft and the crews and develop a newly optimized schedule or re-optimized schedule. For us as a software provider, it means we have to be able to quickly deliver you new features through changed release cycles, taking new requirements of our customers into account. And for us as a hosting provider, it means we have to provide you with a flexible hosting environment where those new features can be activated quickly and which can be also quickly adjusted to your adjust to flexible system load.
Judith, Dirk had just mentioned that we have to get used to changing market condition. To which extent is that required in network planning and scheduling?
As mentioned, we have a different market environment now. The demand split changed. Also, passengers are used to book and rebook very flexible and also very close to the day of operation. In addition, the schedule of the competition is always changing. On many markets, the demand is very elastic and also less predictable. In addition, airlines put the customer in the middle of their consideration by taking care of the complete customer journey from door to door under consideration of all means of transportation. This makes planning and scheduling a lot more complex. And to stay profitable, it is needed to constantly and to a large extent to redesign and design your schedule. And this is quite a difficult task.
Another question to that. So how can airlines stay ahead in this situation while being profitable at the same time?
Basically, this is about increasing revenues and decreasing cost. For network planning, this means develop the most profitable network under given market condition and under consideration of your production constraints. To increase revenue, that means for many airlines to discover unserved or underserved markets, so-called white spots. On the cost side, this means a better consideration of the main cost drivers into the production. So for example, taking care of crew and maintenance while doing scheduling. Generally, the complexity of network planning and scheduling increased by that. And plus this ongoing replanning and replanning due to a dynamic market condition, this makes a lot of work. Here, our schedule optimizer can be of help to increase time to market through automation. And we hope you can see that reflected in our network planning and scheduling track.
Yvonne, Judith just spoke about restrictions, and I know that managing slots is one of the operational restrictions which takes quite a lot of time. Can you briefly explain us which topics you are pushing forward in terms of slot management?
Beside other things, we are currently working on the renewal of Slot Monitor. It will get a totally new modern look and feel and will be integrated into a dashboard. Therefore, we are working together with UX experts. So you can expect the typical German engineering combined with a modern design. Beside that, we also the implementation has changed. We did not write a finalized specification, but use an agile approach. The UX designers show us what is possible nowadays and create drafts, and we align those drafts with our customer needs.
Yvonne, I just loved your sentence about the German engineering. That made me laugh actually a bit as well. So you talked about approaches. To which extent did the quick feedback loop help you so far?
We want to ensure that we are going into the right direction and inspire the users with a new slot monitor. Therefore, it's essential that we involve our users as early as possible. So before we started, we talked already to some customers, to some users, and looked at their daily work and asked them how we could ease their daily work. With those ideas, we then defined the requirements and worked together with the UX designers. They came back with a draft, and in several rounds, we changed the draft. So now we have a click prototype that I will show in the NetLine slot session today. So I invite you all the customers, please join our session and give us feedback, because this feedback helps us to react flexible and create a draft or create a system that will help you and ease your daily work. Thank you.
Well, I think Alistair and I will be joining one of the sessions as well. We have time in between with our moderation. Talking about new developments, Philip, I know you are leading the crew production team and you were quite busy during the pandemic as well. What kept you so busy?
You're right, Julia. We have been very busy. We used the crisis times to push the renewal of our product. This really includes new technology stacks, scalability, security, and cloud-enabling technologies. We have basically prepared NetLine Crew to be cloud ready, and we started to deploy it in cloud environments. In addition, our customers have already seen a lot of new developments in our crew member web solutions, like the interactive duty plan, trip trade, and open time management. But now we have also added a bid management application, which is now available as a product solution for all our customers. With this, I think useful and modern applications, we can now serve the crew members, which are still our biggest user group, even better than before.
And Philip, you just mentioned the crew members, and I know they are important, and keeping crew member satisfaction up and high is also very important for airlines and their success. So what did you identify as the main challenge for airlines and their crew planners in bringing crews actually back into the sky?
Yeah, I think after this times of crisis where airlines had to decrease their operation and many crew members were basically at home, now a significant amount of crew members needs to be requalified again. And that's why we used the time to develop a completely new application. This is addressing the needs for qualification and training management. That's why we call it QTM. This application was developed with a new, completely modern interface, and we really think it's the perfect tool to support airlines and their training departments. QTM can really help planners to have the full overview about their training requirements, to create training plans for their crew members. And of course, it has a lot more features. And it's already running at our first customer in ATSG. And for sure, it can help other customers of us to get their crews back to the sky. So everybody who's interested in more details, I can really recommend to join the NetLine Crew track during this forum.
I already hear there's a lot of advertising concerning the track, so I think this is going to be very interesting. Moving on to another topic, Thomas Witt already mentioned it in his speech earlier today. The NetLine Ops++ the migration project. And ground ops system will share some insight with us on how the project went so far. Therefore, he has produced. I can't wait to see.
Okay, hello, my name is Klaus-Peter Weidmann. I'm the Lufthansa Group IT Project Manager for the implementation of NetLine Ops++ at the Lufthansa Group. We are the first customer using NetLine Ops++ in the aviation cloud, and therefore I would like to share with you some insights on our decision for this setup and our experiences so far. So why did the Lufthansa Group decide to implement a cloud solution? First of all, at Lufthansa Group IT, we have an architectural roadmap that requires, whenever possible, to move applications into the cloud, or in case of new applications, for them to be cloud ready. Of course, we didn't take this decision just to comply with our governance, but especially for the advantages that come with such an architecture. For example, the possibility to scale resources up or down depending on actual needs, the ability to increase performance on short notice, and the flexibility to add or upgrade components with little interference on the rest of the system, etc. So what is the experience so far with the airlines we have operating the system? Currently, we have 5 airlines on the NetLine Ops++ platform. That is Lufthansa Cargo, Swiss, Edelweiss, Eurowings Discover, and Lufthansa CityLine. And we have 2 more airlines waiting in line to be migrated. That's Austrian Airlines and Lufthansa. So even though we currently are partially in a project mode and partially in operations, we already can see some of the benefits of being in the cloud. For example, we started with a relatively small airline, Lufthansa Cargo, and added the other airlines over the course of several months. We were able to adapt the size of the production environment accordingly instead of setting it up in its full size from the beginning. And likewise, the test environment can be scaled down to a minimum when we are not using it for testing or user training during holiday seasons. On the other hand, there's a so-called FinOps team at Lufthansa Systems, which regularly checks our usage of the cloud infrastructure and their components and makes suggestions for optimization, which helps us to keep the operational costs under control. So this is basically the current situation, but we still have some work to do. So what are the next steps in the migration program? As already mentioned, we plan to integrate Austrian and Lufthansa into the platform. But in parallel to that, we have some more tasks that we have to tackle in the mid to long term. As you can imagine, with the airlines on the platform, we have a wide variety of business models like cargo, leisure carrier, regional carrier, hub airlines, and every one of these comes with a different IT environment and different regulations regarding flight operations, data protection, etc. And the integration of all these different requirements into a common platform creates a high complexity. So we are in the process of working off jointly the issues caused by that. Of course, there will also be new ideas and requirements to develop the system further, which will come up during the rest of the project or later in operations, and will be coordinated and prioritized by our group-wide platform management together with Lufthansa Systems, so that you will also profit from them in the future. And finally, to take full advantage of a cloud solution, we expect Lufthansa Systems to continue with their strategy to migrate the system to a more cloud-native architecture, for example, by increasing the level of containerization, etc. And with that, I'm at the end of my short presentation. Thank you very much for attending and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Klaus-Peter Weidmann, for your very interesting insights. I think, Janos, that presentation opens the room for you. I'm sure I'm right. So we have heard Thomas Wittmann and Klaus-Peter now talking about cloud nativeness. Can you explain us what has happened in the NetLine environment so far concerning a cloud native strategy?
Sure. Luke has already mentioned the changing economic aspects. Yet in the era of cloud computing, NetLine furthermore is facing with several software engineering challenges. From architecture perspective, the better fitting architecture type for the cloud model is rather modular than monolithic. Also, the risks of cloud computing can be much better managed by having an independent systems architecture. Ultimately, to serve that high level of business flexibility, we anyway need to switch to a more elastic solution in NetLine. So besides the new capabilities of cloud technologies, rapid elasticity is one of the major characteristics of cloud computing, which drives the cloud native transformation in NetLine. However, there's a myriad of things to do to achieve that. Switching from virtual machines to containers, having continuous integration and delivery pipelines for each NetLine product, provisioning cloud infrastructure from code, to mention a few.
Janos, I'm a bit curious right now, so I'm trying to dive a little bit deeper. Can you already mention concrete examples of implementation?
Yes, qualified new developments in NetLine are already running with full cloud automation support landing in our Azure Kubernetes cluster. The QTM project Philippe has just mentioned in NetLine Q is a very good example, or NetLine Hub Designer is also going to be fully cloud native.
Thank you, Janos, for that. Well, let's leave the cloud topic behind us and let's have a look at operations control. At least from my experience, I would say that we've become masters in automating processes. But we also know that artificial intelligence, of course, is obviously making its way. So it's no surprise that operations control is affected by that as well. Jana Rehse and Pia Zarain, both operation controllers at Eurowings, will share some insights on how Lufthansa Systems and Zero-G's AIOCC has provided operation controllers with important decision-making support.
Hello, everyone. We are Jana and Pia from Eurowings, and we would like to give you a short presentation about AIOCC, which we did in cooperation with Lufthansa Systems and Zero-G. And first of all, we would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Jana. I am product owner, ops planning and steering systems at Eurowings. I am responsible for NetLine Ops++, and I've been involved in the project since the beginning in 2018 when we first got in touch with Zero-G.
Hi everyone, my name is Pia Zarain. I'm the product owner for Day of Operations, and I'm as well a flight operations controller in our operations control center here at Eurowings, and I'm also involved in this AIOCC journey from the very beginning in 2018.
Yes, first of all, I would like to give you a short overview about AIOCC and what is that. It's an assistant tool powered by Zero-G that continuously monitors the operational situation and makes concrete recommendations to our ops controllers. And it does that with proactive aircraft tail swaps. So to allocate buffers and increase the stability of our flight schedule at the day of ops. And our focus KPI is the overall on-time performance optimization. So it's the on-time performance, the overall on-time performance by the end of the day, and not just the single leg on-time performance. The AI correlates a huge body of information out of NetLine Apps++. And at the moment, we're involving schedule data, ATC data, crew data, PAX data, for example, just everything that's available in the NetLine Apps++ system. And from the beginning on, we had a really user-centered approach. Zero-G was super interested in the way everything works in our operation. They did a lot of visits in all our IOCC departments and also a lot of user workshops to develop the system to what it is today. So now we want to see how AOCC looks in the normal usage at the day of ops.
As we now can see, the AOCC agent recommends a swap on Bravo Hotel Charlie and India Zulu Quebec, and indicates that we should change the Kavala flight with the Burgas flight to increase the buffer and to gain a bigger turnaround time in Stuttgart. If we like this swap, we can publish it in NetLine Apps++. If we do not like this swap, we can send a feedback to the agent and reject this swap. How do we benefit from AOCC? The AI considers the overall situation instead of focusing on a specific situation, which lead to the controller being supported and will reduce the human factor as the AI monitors the whole environment. The AI does not only learn on individual basis, it unites all actions and their outcome. So one additional effort is that no data maintenance is necessary.
Yeah, and now a short overview about our AIOCC journey, which we built up as a flight, like a flight. We've started with AIOCC back in 2018. We did a lot of workshops with users. There was also a design sprint together with other airlines in Zero-G. And last year in March, we would have been ready to implement AIOCC into our daily ops. But I guess, as everyone knows, the COVID pandemic came up. And so there was a lot less traffic in our day of ops, so that AOCC couldn't use all its potentials. So we decided to take a break and come up with the project again when the situation turns more to a normal situation. Now it's August 2021, and we do have AOCC live in our Eurowings OCC since 1 week. It's still not a normal, we're still not back to normal, but yeah, we started workshops together with the users so that they can get to know AOCC and they can understand how the AI works. And we want to have this test phase completed and all the user workshops completed by the end of September. We hope we can do that. And then our first project phase will be finished, but we also do have some future thoughts for AOCC. We can implement interfaces with other internal systems. So at the moment, there's only NetLine Apps++ connected to the AOCC agent. And we can also develop cooperation potentials with other external stakeholders, for example, airports or ATC. And yeah, when the approach will be, no one can tell, I guess, because AOCC has so much potential, and we don't know when all of this potential will have been depleted. So we're super excited what the future will bring, and what potentials we can see with AOCC. And yeah, now I would like to thank you for your attention. And if any one of you has any questions, just feel free to get in touch with us. We will be happy to share our experiences.
Well, I think now it's time to thank you, Pia and Jana, for that very, very interesting customer testimonial. When I shared it with the Zero-G colleagues as well, they were super happy about it and they appreciate it quite a lot. Dirk, we are about to close that round, but the last question goes to you because, like, as you have obviously seen, we are happy that projects such as with Eurowings yield fruit. My question is, do you share the view of Jana and Pia on the AIOCC journey?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I have to say, I was really happy about the cooperation with Eurowings and Zero-G and this digitalization initiative. One central principle of digitalization is the connection of data, where Jana and Pia mentioned already put the connection of airport and ATC data on the roadmap. I would like to add the connection of data of many airlines to this roadmap. Imagine an algorithm trained on data of all our Netline customers. This would certainly help all our customers to make the best decision ahead of time. If you want to join this journey too, yeah, please get in touch with Andres Radek in the Netline Ops Plus track today.
Well, and having said that, Dirk, I think we need to come to an end right now. I would like to thank Yvonne, Judith, Dirk, and of course, Janosch and Philip, who joined virtually, to have been here with me today in the studio. And if you're interested in cloud nativeness, in the new Netline crew qualification and training management, in the Netline slot monitor, in schedule optimization, or the AIOCC, I recommend to reach out to the panelists. And with that, I hand over back to Alistair.
Thank you very much, Julia. And a special thanks as well from me to our friends at Eurowings and Lufthansa, Klaus-Peter, Pia and Jana, for your contributions there. So, yes, this is the point where we make a bit of a cut. We're going to be going off into a coffee break now, around about 15-minute coffee break, back at 4:15. Now, the split is all of our customer community, our active members, are going to be going into their respective streams. So please select the respective stream and product session that you'd like to participate in. The links are in Teams, or use the microsite that we have here. And that's for our user community. Alternatively, we also have our special guests who are still considering joining our user community. And please, all of you, stay online with this event. We'll have a brief coffee break, and then we'll be back. And you've just seen Dirk. He's back here now to present some more exciting overviews and demonstrations of Netline in general. So please, all of our dear special guests still considering joining the community, stay online in this channel here. Thank you very, very much. And the rest of you will come back together, and we should all meet up at the end. I think we have here a wrap-up session scheduled for 6:05 Singapore time. So now we're going to have a coffee break, and the sessions will start at 4:15, and also Dirk will be presenting at 4:15. Enjoy your coffee.
So, had your coffee? Yeah, welcome to our Delivering the Future track at the Netline Airline Forum 2021. My name is Dirk Brackloh, and I'm responsible for the product line management of Netline. I hope you enjoyed the opening of our forum. And as you have heard, this is the first time we also open it to other interested airlines. And I'm really happy to have so many of you participating in the event and expressing your interest into our products. Where our customers now visit their respective product tracks and discuss their requirements and new developments in their respective community, I want to use the opportunity to give you, together with our product experts, an insight into Netline and exchange with you on your requirements and answer your questions. I assume you already know a bit about Netline, and maybe you have seen the Netline video on YouTube. If not, here it is.
To deliver high customer experience, the journey of an airline starts much earlier. With our Netline suite, airlines can handle all crew and aircraft management processes from planning to day of operations. With over 82 customers, we gain ideas and experiences that improve our integrated products towards digitalization and user experience.
Yeah, sorry to already interrupt. Did you like it? This video will be our red line for today's session and guide our agenda. I have brought some slides giving you an overview of what we have planned today. So after my intro session, we will continue with scheduling and slot management and give you some insights into Netline Sched. Afterwards, we will talk about codeshare management and schedule exchange using our system Sched Connect. Then we move over to operations control and present your Netline Ops++. And finally, we have weight and balance solution Netline Load. In the end, we have reserved some time for your questions and for the exchange with you. Since this is a Microsoft Teams live event, we do it following that you post your questions via the chat function. And yeah, we'll answer them either directly in the respective section, or as you see, we have reserved some room in the end. Just checking, overall we have planned 2 hours for the whole agenda. So I hope you have reserved some time and prepared the coffee beside you. Good. Now let's have a look at Netline. What is Netline? Netline is there actually to manage your 2 most important resources, so the aircraft and the crews, from the planning until the day of ops. Let's start with crew. On the crew part, we cover maintenance planning, manpower planning, the pairing and assignment until the tracking with our solution Netline Crew. On the aircraft side, starting at very long term, if you look at alliance and partner strategy and want to do your network planning, our solution there is Netline Plan. Also related to this alliance and partner strategy, also covering codeshare and schedule management up to codeshare control, our solution there is Sched Connect. If you now look in the area of schedule development, management, and optimization, as well as slot management, the solution there is Netline Sched. For the ops control, as you already heard, the solution is Netline Ops++. And for weight and balance, as I just said, it's Netline Load. So this is the overview of Netline. So what's so great about it? I give you 3 reasons. So the first one is Netline is driven by a compelling vision. On the second is we offer an easy and flexible cloud solution, and we offer you an outstanding and dedicated customer service. Now, let's start with the vision. The vision we have developed in order to drive our development and service teams And so I thought it's a good idea to share it with you. Together we connect to make the best decision ahead of time. Okay, I guess you need some more details on that. So yeah, let's look into it. Let's start with the beginning. Together we connect. So why is connecting so important for us? In the planning area, the connection between scheduling and crew management, so between NetLine Sched and NetLine Crew, allows you to save cost and increase quality because you're able to plan your schedule, your aircraft and your crew schedules in an integrated way. On the other side, as Dennis Lahm mentioned, for Cathay, for instance, they use NetLine Sched and NetLine Ops++, and here they benefit from a seamless exchange from the planning period until ops control. So this is also very useful for Cathay. Now, going away from the planning, finally to the day of ops, if you look there, the exchange between the crew controller and the ops controller is crucial in case of disruption, also as Dennis was mentioning. So here the integration between NetLine Ops++ and NetLine Crew generates a fast reaction time, so save time, and then also better decision, save cost. Looking at the day of ops, we need some more connection. So our most important other connection is the connection to the dispatcher. So the ops controller and the dispatcher need to be able to cooperate also seamlessly. And therefore, we have created the integration between NetLine Ops++ and our Lido 4D solution. For instance, the ops controller receives the estimated en route time and is therefore able to calculate reliable ETAs. And the ops controller and the dispatcher look at the same NOTAM and weather data, of course, with different focus, where the dispatcher is looking at the en route information, the ops controller is focusing on the airport details. Especially in this area, we expect there's a lot more potential to discover, and so we are currently together with our Lido flight colleagues working on further improvements, so be excited in this area. But still, on our Connect, there's still much more to come. We connect to various other units, starting with revenue and pricing, revenue management and pricing, where we get booking information and integrate them into the decision of our NetLine users and yeah, the price levels for revenue forecasting. The coach and alliances is mostly covered via Sched Connect, where we connect you to your alliance partners. On the slot side is mostly in NetLine Sched and NetLine Ops++, where we connect you to the slot coordinators to protect your valuable assets. And GDS inventory is again handled by Sched Connect, feeding those systems with your up-to-date schedule information. Aircraft maintenance is rather towards the ops style part, where the ops controller, or when assigning actually tails, we need up-to-date maintenance information and maintenance plan, integrate the maintenance plan into the ops plan. Lido 4D, I already mentioned. And at the airport then, at the day of ops, the turnaround process is really critical to also connect to, and so the ops controller is always aware of what's happening during the turnaround and early see the upcoming disruptions. Okay, many connections, but yeah, why are we connecting at all? Yeah, pretty obvious. And now the second part of our vision, yeah, to make the best decision. So we need integrated decision making, and this best decision sounds a lot like optimization. On the optimization side, NetLine comes with a big set of optimizers, and I just give you a short overview. The details you get later on our product experts. So in the crew area, we have at first a pairing optimizer, which built optimal pairings, also connecting to the Sched side always in this. And later on, we have the preferences XOpt to assign the right crew, according also taking their preferences into account. On the aircraft side, as already mentioned in our opening of the Airline Forum, our brand new development, the Hub Designer, helps you to basically always rebuild your schedule according to the latest market information. So especially in times like this is extremely useful and valuable. In this Hub Designer optimization, actually also other processes are working. So in the Hub Designer also rotations are built, but we have also a separate rotation optimizer, which helps you to create optimal aircraft rotations. Then once you have those rotations, our Fleet Designer kicks in to assign the optimal capacity to those rotations, taking, of course, the demand into account. And then once we have those, these are on logical aircraft level. Now in the tail assignment area, we are able, on the individual aircraft performance and requirements to assign the optimal tail. This is where the maintenance connection comes in. Last but not least, you had Dennis speaking of typhoon. We have the Solver XOpt to recover from a major disruption. And this is the case, as Dennis was mentioning, to get your aircraft after a major disruption back in the air and get your network again up and running. Since this is part of our vision, what is driving us here? So we basically add more and more connections and therefore get to a better and better decision. So adding additional data sources will improve the decision quality a lot. Good. So much until they make the best decision. But what is left there ahead of time? So why do we want to get ahead of time? Answer is easy. Our customers are operating in a complex system with its own rules we cannot always foresee. So how to deal with that? This is where we said, okay, we have to introduce some forecasting into NetLine and get ahead of time. The tools for this is machine learning and other predictive models. And I have a short overview for you. So in network planning, we use forecasting already for a very long time. So there we have forecasting models, which helps you to forecast the development of the passenger streams. Also, when you try to modify, or when you will try calculate scenarios for schedule modification. But here our latest additions to our portfolio. So as you already saw by Eurowings, the AIOCC, I think there you already get a very extensive background on our AI assistant or on AI-based ops control assistant. The next area, you will also get some details in the sketch part later on the area of resilient scheduling and operations. Here, what we basically do is we train our algorithm on ops data, so that tells the scheduler in the planning phase already where there's a high likelihood of delays. So this enables the scheduler already to plan ahead of time before it's too late at the day of ops. Of course, the last year there was not a very big demand for this, unfortunately, but today we already see that our customers are asking more and more about this to get ready to be back in the sky. Last but not least, there is one other component, our deep turnaround, that helps you to get fast feedback on your turnaround process, which consists of many different steps, and you might not have all the necessary interfaces in place. So this is basically another part of where we use artificial intelligence. We do video image processing in order to derive the respective step of the turnaround process, which is currently taking place. What is our outlook here, or what our focus here in this area? We want to, of course, always get better. So integrate also here, connect additional data sources, and enhance more and more our forecasting to get ahead of time. Now we have our vision complete. Is this the only reason for Netline? No, we have another part, our cloud solution. So this is something we just developed, or no, we didn't just develop it, but we now are rolling it out to our customers. And we bring you with this cloud solution quite a lot of advantages. So the first thing is we get you quickly on board. So if you want to join our Netline community, we have now via the cloud setup a lot faster implementation projects. For our customers now, they see that it's easy for us to activate new functionality in case of change requirements of our customers. Of course, despite it's running in the cloud, we integrate it into your environment. And we are currently built our cloud offering on Microsoft Azure. And we are therefore able to deploy it also in Azure data centers in the APAC region. So currently, our main center is Southeast Asia in Singapore, and we are currently building up a second one in Australia. So Microsoft Azure is not only our only provider we are offering, so we are also working on integrating more providers such as Google or AWS. Of course, in those times, the main benefits our customer received from our cloud offering through the flexible and dynamic sizing. We have a far better possibility if we are in a cloud environment. Designing this, actually, we added some more parts. So the security one. So this is quite important when you design a cloud service. It's the most critical you have to take into account. So we consider this topic security from all different aspects. So be it auditing functionality, then also on the technical side, we have introduced all the measures like putting in firewalls, antivirus, multi-factor authorization. So there's a lot more where we did on the security side, and also from the organizational side. We set up an extra security team for cloud security operations. As mentioned before, via cloud, we are able to have a local presence, but offer this local presence all over the world on a global scale. So for Asia, very important as well. The flexible capacity management I already mentioned. What we have on top is we have 24/7 application and infrastructure operation. So there's always someone available for you and looking in case of any issue. And this is what we do as Lufthansa Systems. We offer you the cloud service together with the application service, so you don't have to worry about the details. And of course, the third part I have listed there is the third-party software. So we don't just manage our own stuff, but also, of course, underlying databases and further third-party solutions we need. Good. Second point was cloud. Do you remember the third point we had? So third point was our service to you. So we provide an outstanding customer service. And therefore, we have built a team of experts. So each of our customers has a dedicated contact to an expert in his special, in the respective domain, a product expert knowing everything about the product and the processes. And so therefore, our users, in case of questions, are helped really fast. So our customers, looking at our customers, as you already saw in the Netline video, we have a lot of customers. And if you look at the list here, you see basically network airlines, you see low-costers, we have regionals in there, and cargo carriers are on the list, and you even see startups. So what is interesting, if you talk to them, we have customers that have contracts with us or relationship. They are using Netline since more than 20 years. We have even one which is more than 25 years. So yeah, quite an impressive number. And we are really proud of our long-lasting customer relationship. If you don't want to fly across the world, we also have customers near you. So earlier our colleagues mentioned which customers are also visiting the airline forum today. Here's the impressive list from all over Asia. Do you want to join this list? Here's again the 3 reasons for Netline. So yeah, we are driven by a compelling vision. We offer an easy and flexible cloud solution, and we provide an outstanding and dedicated service. I have now spoken a little bit too fast, but I hope my colleagues will already be ready. Just to give you an outlook on the agenda. So as I said, after I gave you the overview of Netline, we give you some insight into scheduling and slot management. Afterwards, we come SCAD Connect's code-share management, operations control, Netline Ops++, and rate and balance with Netline Load. Let me really fast check if there are already some questions in here. I'll just finish that presentation. Or can you put me on the large screen? Would this be possible? That I'm just am able to switch over. Thank you. And I have a short glimpse into our team session to see if there's anything already from your side. Just a sec. Okay, I just have a comment that that decision support is key enabler to realize chaos in ops. I hope it's not chaos. So there's a spelling mistake. But no question from your side so far. I hope my colleagues are ready. But before I hand over to Michael from Netline SCAD, at first, as I promised, a continuation of the Netline video, now the part of Netline SCAD.
Build a profitable schedule with Netline SCAD by finding automatically the right aircraft type for a selected flight. Make your schedule operationally feasible by synchronizing your slot inventory with your schedule and by checking violations like curfews, ground times, and more.
Good. So that was the part of our Netline video. And now, luckily, Michael is already ready, despite my early coverage. And Michael, so now you have more time for your Netline SCAD part. I reserved you some time, and I'm happy to hand over to Michael Music, our expert in the area of Netline SCAD. Thank you very much, and enjoy. Oh, Michael, you are you are muted. Please unmute first. Our classical Microsoft Teams happening. So does it work?
Okay, so
yes, I can hear you.
Can
Very
you hear me
good.
now? So again,
perfect. Now
yeah,
you
okay,
have to repeat your intro.
Yeah, good afternoon to APAC here. Good morning from Berlin here. I'm the responsible product consultant for Netline SCAD, our slot management and scheduling solution. And I will be happy to give you more details about this solution. I've been working for the Lufthansa Group for more than 25 years, serving like 13 years for the passenger airline and then switching to the provider after, for the last 13 years. So let's talk about schedule and slot management. You already saw an introduction, little movie, but we will have also more details. So as you know, probably this slide Dirk was already talking about, we are now talking here about Netline SCAD, which basically includes and also integrated schedule management and slot management, as well as several optimizers. Yeah, and to have a look into the product, so this Netline SCAD is of course part of the Netline product family that Dirk was introducing to you, and it comes along with our Netline SCAD core product, which contains basically all the functions that you need to do a proper schedule management, such as modifying schedules, having scenarios, evaluating them. Also, multi-user can work on schedule. Yes, and then it also comes along with a LIFO FIFO rotation builder. This allows you to automatically build your aircraft rotations in a very economic way in the LIFO and FIFO algorithm. And it also comes along with 30 cost-free standard reports that will allow you, for instance, to monitor the aircraft availability or have a station report. And this is all included in the NetLine Sketch Core and also coming along with the base data. And in case you have also NetLine Ops or NetLine Crew in place, this base data will also be shared with the other NetLine product family applications. So this is the NetLine Sketch Core. As you
Michael,
see,
quick question.
Yes.
Sorry. Did you want to share some slides? Because we currently don't see any slides. So in case you want to share something, we are currently not quite sure if you, if you have some slides to share. If so, please share them, and then we will.
Already.
Okay, good. We were asking. Just go in presentation mode. Now we see it. Very good. And now,
okay, I was talking now about.
But it was perfect, understandable. All good.
Yeah.
Now we are.
So
we
I was
the
talking.
Slides visible. Thanks.
Yeah. So basically, I was now talking about this. We have the NetLine Sketch Core with the LIFO and FIFO builder and 30 cost-free standard reports and the base data. And the module, our NetLine Sketch is very, very flexible. So we have also add-on modules. So you can flexibly enhance this core application with basically 9 add-on modules, which cover the following areas. You can increase the profitability, you can optimize your operations, we have an additional reporting tool, and also an additional slot management free modules. So let's have a short talk about this. So the 3 tools that allow you to increase your profitability of your schedule, of your fully dated schedule, is first of all the tactical profitability evaluation model. It allows you to do a profitability forecast, for instance, if you do changes in your schedule, and then you can see based on the yields and the booking data, as well as the costs that you have, whether your schedule changes were profitable or not. So this is basically doing profitability evaluation in a manual way. Then we have additionally 2 optimizers. So we have here first the fleet designer, which is usually used by our customers like until 8 weeks before the day of ops. This is because then also the crew rotations and the maintenance planning is finished. So the fleet designer basically allows you to do an optimization of the profitability of your schedule by doing like the equipment changes to adjust the capacity for better profitability. But what happens maybe if you would like to also increase profitability after this, the crew rosters and the maintenance planning is done? So then to close this gap, we also developed like the NetLine Sketch Swapper. This is basically a little, we call it a little fleet designer, which allows you to do, for instance, 3 days before the day of ops, equipment changes, but with the difference that it won't cause a lot of incidents or have a lot of effects on the operations, such as your crew schedules. And this is, for instance, I will show that later. You can swap, for instance, if you have the A320 fleet, you can swap an A319 against an A320. If the booking situation is telling you that you will increase the profitability. Yeah. Also, in the future, the fleet designer will be a standalone tool. The other add-on modules here, they are always running with our Sketch core system, which also means they are always also delivering the results on the base data. So it's really very tightly connected and integrated. The second group I would like to talk about is the optimization of operations. We have, apart from the LIFO FIFO builder, also an enhanced route optimizer. These are like the LIFO FIFO are iterative algorithms, whereas the route optimizer, the enhanced one, looks at the whole situation and then creates you a solution which allows you basically also to increase the productivity by keeping the same schedule. And this is a very, very big advantage. Also, the enhanced rotation optimizer allows you to use a feature to basically consider the crew rotations when building the aircraft rotations. So you can also prevent that crews have to change the aircrafts, which might cause delays. The other one I will show you later. It's like we think that we are very innovative here, and as the skies are becoming basically more full again, it will also be like having like a schedule that is really like punctual will be a topic again, and this is basically can be achieved by resilient scheduling. This is basically an algorithm which is trained by ops control data, and it allows you to already create a schedule based on real delay predictions coming from the ops data. So you will basically in the schedule phase already be able to have a schedule handed over to ops control that is more robust, or we call it here resilient. Yeah, I will give you a little demonstration later about this. Flexible reporting is an add-on that allows you basically to build up, apart from the 30 standard reports, your own company library, and you can answer any question that you would like to be answered in your SCED or slot management. Yeah. Then we have a group of our slot management suite. Why do I call it suite? Because already here, our slot management also works highly integrated with the NetLine SCED application, but it can also work with any third-party schedule management tool, which makes it also a little bit independent. So what do we offer here for you? We have here the slot manager. Basically, it allows you to do the slot communication, optimize the tail handling, and also optimize the initial submission with the discipline of seasonal slot management. Well, no, this takes time, and here we have also a lot of automatism to offer you. Then we have the slot monitor, and you heard already also Yvonne talking before that we have now a renewal of the slot monitor. And the slot monitor allows you to monitor your grandfather's slots, so you can ensure that you will not use any.
Es geht gerade.
So, yeah, sorry about that. Good that I was speaking a bit faster beforehand. Michael, we had some trouble here in the headquarter with Teams, and it would be great if you could restart at the slot part. So this is where we actually lost you. I guess you were already finished with your presentation meanwhile, but I'm sorry, yes, you have to start over at this where you explained the slot. Can you go back to this,
Okay.
like this
Sure,
overview?
I can do that. Whoops.
Perfect.
So, can you see my
Okay.
slides, please? So just to be now on the safe side.
Yes,
So
very good.
basically,
Great.
So
Yeah.
let's see if I can do it the same way. So I would like to introduce you again also to the last part of the add-on modules, which is like the field of slot management. We offer there basically also a real slot management suite, because you can either use our slot management with our NetLine SCAD core application. Both of these applications are highly integrated, as you will see later. But we also have customers that use only the slot management by itself, using it with a third-party schedule management system. But let me tell you, 80% of our 61 NetLine SCAD customers use the NetLine SCAD, NetLine Slot integrated solution. Yeah, but everything is possible. And to talk you now into what we offer in slot management for you, we cover the whole slot management process. First of all, we offer you with a slot manager, which allows you to do the slot management, the communication with the airport coordinator by automatically generating the respective level 2 or level 3 tail access, and also helping you to automate your initial submission, which is, so to say, the king's discipline of the of slot management we all know. Second, we also offer the slot monitor, and this slot monitor, you heard already, will be also renewed now. So we are also still working on renewing our applications. This slot monitor allows you to monitor your ground tower slots, so you can be sure that you will not lose them. And third, last but not least, this is we perceive it as an innovation because only we currently can offer this to you. This is the NetLine SCAD Slot Manager short-term mode. It's a specific tailored application for the ops controller on the day of ops. So it closes the gap between seasonal and day of ops management, which you also can do in the slot manager. But sometimes airlines have like the ops controller to have it done because the slot manager is not working on Saturdays or Sundays, or they want simply to have the ops controller done the slot communication on the day of ops. And the good thing is that it can be automated completely, and also the ops controller can take off the disruptions in ops and doesn't have to know much about how to do slot management, because the short-term mode will help him really to easily automate the communication with the with the slot coordinator. Okay, so and let's have some kind a little bit a view into the application. Please tell me if you don't see the application, because I'm now changing into our NetLine SCAD. Yeah. What you can see here now is our NetLine SCAD. This is the Gantt chart version. We see here on the left side, we're working on logical aircraft. This allows you to better increase the profitability. Yeah, so we have here the A320 fleet. When I'm scrolling down, the A319, and then here the 744 fleet. Yeah, each of the books here represents like a flight. You can see here the green books. These are like maintenance blockers that are already put in. They can also be imported from NetLine Ops++. And you can also see the following information. Then you can see here the stations. And for this flight, for instance, this goes from Frankfurt to Istanbul. We are in UTC here, starting at 12:10, and then at arriving in Istanbul at 3 p.m. Besides this visualization of your schedule, we of course are also able to have a spreadsheet representation. So this is would be now the spreadsheet representation of our schedule here, and so you can either choose where to work at, and this also allows you to be flexible when doing editing. Okay, so what else would like to highlight here? I think also we are very strong with the integration. That's what already like Dirk told you. So you can, for instance, see here several modes. So I have here now the service type mode, and if I scroll down, you can see, for instance, that I have here a different coloring for the ferry flights. The same is that I also can display here the crew pairings coming from our NetLine crew system or any third-party crew systems. Then you can see which crew is on which aircraft. And we can, for instance, and this is something I would like to show you here, we have here the load factor, for instance, and you can see it better on the long distance flights on the 744. So we configured these booking figures. They're coming from either the revenue management system or the reservation system. You can see here the forecast and the booking figures. And if I click here on, you can see here also this here by compartments. Yeah. And this allows you basically here, this view allows you, the darker one of these flights gets, the higher is the booking situation. So this would be here a flight which is like comparatively not underbooked, but less booked than the darker one. And this allows you basically also, if you have more fleets, to do your schedule adjustments based on the booking situation. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so basically we have also here the slot status. So this is showing you the integration to our slot management system. You can basically retrieve the information from the slot management. So what can I see here? All the green, yeah, hooks here, yeah, flights. There we have the situation that the confirmed slot are in sync with their scheduled slot. Whereas here, yeah, this is basically a sort of an alert. You can see here that I have here a discrepancy between the scheduled slot and the confirmed slot, which is like here by 15 minutes. This applies for the arrival, departure slot, as well as for the arrival slot. So I could now easily adjust this, yeah, if I want. But as it's not confirmed, I will leave it like that. But it's very easy to have also information available coming from the slot system. And another, for instance, example for this high integration slot management data coming into the schedule management is here, the 4426. You can see here, if I click here, we have here the situation, and this is coming from the slot management system, that we have a confirmed slot at arrival slot at 8:30, but we requested one at 8:50, and the same applies for the departure slot. It's 1:25, and here we have requested 9:45. So this hasn't been confirmed by the slot coordinator yet, but I can already see it, and I could also configure it in a different color if I want. And these gray ones are basically telling me these are slots. At Athens is a level 2 airport, so it doesn't have to have basically, yeah, it's not a level 3 airport, and this is indicated by the green, by the gray rectangle here. Okay, so and how easy it is, you can see also to do a modification. I could, for instance, just do here like a time shift, yeah, graphically, and then I have, because of the period-based scheduling, yeah, the application automatically detects me all the flights that face the same situation. So basically, I'm here on the 27th of March, and you can see here, I want to do a time shift of 1:30, and the application would ask me now, would you like just to do it on the 27th of March, Or would you like to do it on every Sunday? Yeah, because this is like a Sunday. Or would you like to do it on all 4, 5 to 8 flights? So this is a way how you graphically can do, for instance, time shifts and swaps very, very easily and very, very efficiently. Okay. One more feature that I would like to show you here is I will change now the thing. We have the swapper, that's an optimizer, which also at the moment we all know that the passengers are like booking very, very, very unstable and very, very, close to the day of ops. So this is, for instance, also helping you to do capacity adjustments or equipment changes. For instance, if you have like a fleet like the A319 and the A321, you could, for instance, tell the swapper, here, please, for the 16th till 18 May, here, please propose me swappers, and then based on the costs, the yields, the revenues, and the passenger data, for instance, the application would propose me here with a gain of, but this is really like just not real gain, of 31,986, let's say, euro, a swap from the A321 to the A319 on the routing Frankfurt, Düsseldorf, Frankfurt. And here it would basically tell me the swap would be done instead of this A319, this A321 would be used for the routing Frankfurt, Amman, Frankfurt. And I can just click on it and then say apply, and then you would see basically, if I scroll down here, this is basically this equipment change between A319 and A321 was applied, and I have a higher profitability of the schedule. So, okay, so this is basically, I want to show you some highlights, and I will be happy to show you more if we're in a dedicated session, but let's continue. What else can we offer here? Can you see my slides now again?
Michael?
Hopefully.
Michael, so you successfully covered my time buffer. So we have to now switch to the next session already, sorry. But okay. I understood you brought us a nice video of our hub designer. And this we would introduce as well now This we wanted to still show you, so we would now continue with the video. Thank you very much for your overview. I think our customers really enjoyed this. And now one last thing on the NetLines CAT. Thank you very much, Michael.
Nowadays, the network planning and scheduling processes are much more dynamic. Airlines operating based on hub and spoke business models have to adjust or redesign their networks more frequently, radically, and closer to the day of departure. Optimization and automation are both needed. NetLine Hub Designer generates profitable hub networks, optimizes fleet utilization, and creates the ideal bank structure. By applying a clean sheet optimization approach, the most profitable O&D networks are created without having to resort to existing schedules. NetLine Hub Designer offers a critical advantage as it combines 3 optimizers in one solution. First, it designs the best hub bank structure, offering the best frequencies and connection times. Second, the fleet assigner efficiently assigns individual aircraft to routes while taking revenue and cost structures into account. Third, the rotation optimizer creates a rotation schedule that accounts for operational and commercial demands. It considers aspects such as airport slots, maintenance requirements, and airport restrictions. In summary, The NetLine Hub Optimizer is a powerful, intelligent solution that enables airlines to tap market opportunities.
Did we promise too much? Yeah, I think that was extremely interesting. Also insight into our latest addition to our NetLine SCAD and NetLine Plan Suite, the Hub Designer. So next on our list is SCAD Connect. We will start with a short video and then handing over to Thomas, who will give you the details.
Let us focus on co-chair management and the exchange of schedule data. Lufthansa Systems SCAD Connect helps airlines manage their co-chair operations by automating connection building and schedule exchange, allowing the users to use their business expertise to focus on specific situations where rules are violated. That means SCAD Connect users do not spend time on manual updates. Schedule distribution once or twice a week is not enough. The co-chair management process has to support real-time schedule exchange. By using SCAD Connect, the schedule delivery pattern is always adjusted, even with massive schedule changes. The same principle applies to the schedule receipt for the co-chair partner. It includes the automatic generation of the corresponding marketing flights and distribution to booking channels. With SCAD Connect, airlines publish schedules that are up to date. Partner schedules are aligned and the right co-chair connections are displayed to the customer. Passengers benefit from a smooth and seamless travel experience. Rebookings are kept to a minimum. As part of NetLine, SCAD Connect easily exchanges data with NetLine SCAD, NetLine Plan, and NetLine Ops++. It can interface with any other product supporting IATA standard. At the end of the day, SCAD Connect helps you to design your co-chair management process best for an ideal time to market. All your co-chair management operations are supported by a tool. Data is automatically sent, received and matched with the airline's own data. This puts airlines in the situation to manage their operational co-chair processes best. They can act and react to changing conditions.
Excited? So I would now hand over to Thomas to give you the details of SCAD Connect. Thomas, the stage is yours, and check if you shared the slides, please.
Yes, thank you very much for that. So as we can see, the slides are on. And my name is Thomas Kuhlmann. I'm the head of co-chair management and schedule distribution. And I'm here to tell you something about SCAD Connect, which is a system for co-chair management, schedule data exchange, but it's also a central flight repository for your airline. So let us take a closer look into SCAD Connect itself. What are the challenges in co-chair management today? First of all, let's take a look at the simplified interpretation of a flight schedule. You have your own operating flights without any co-chairs. You have your own operating flights with co-chairs. And of course, you have your own marketing flights, where you are the marketing carrier and the operating carrier is your partner that provides the metal which you're flying. That's just as a definition to make sure what we're talking about. So looking at schedule management, what SCAD Connect does is taking into consideration the schedules of your partners, taking into consideration the schedule information from passenger and cargo airlines, and also the ops control information regarding passenger and cargo. Also, ground transport departments can deliver schedule events into SCAD Connect. So we can do co-chair management on operating and marketing flights. We'll have an automated upload of your own and the partner's schedules. we do quality control, and we do schedule data enhancement. And apart from this, of course, a schedule is only worth something if you distribute it. So we're going to distribute it to external and internal partners that need the schedule information that you have. For example, to GDSs, to OAG, to Cerium, or to your internal inventory reservation DCS. This is SCAD Connect, which is helping you with those challenges. So let's take a closer look at the kinds of culture we're talking about. An example with TK and NH. So we have the route between Istanbul and Narita, served by the operating flight of Turkish Airlines 050 and 051. Then there's the TK network behind Istanbul to Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And you have the NH network to Nagoya and Fukuoka. So now the easy part basically is to have a trunk route, a direct code share, where you say there's the code share relation mapping between TK 050 and NH 6636. Turkish having the operating flight, ANA having the marketing flight. But even more important over here is to see that you need to align what is happening beyond. So that's the part that we need to see as well. Because passengers often want to go from Istanbul to Tokyo, but mostly they would like to connect. So they want to go from Nagoya to Dubai, for example. And then it's really important that you manage to have a good code-share relation mapping, not only considering the possibilities over here, but also considering the feeding and the connecting flights over here. That's actually something where SCAD Connect can help you to reach the shortest flight time that's possible by finding the best connections and seeing that having the shortest overall flight time puts you on top of the search results, so people will book more flights on your airline. There are more challenges even if you have managed to find the best connection between an origin and a destination. There's codeshare partners that send schedule data, and there's delivery to other codeshare partners, data aggregators or third party. They want to have SIM files, they want to have SSM or ASM telexes, they want to have it via FTP, SFTP, CETA telex, email. They want it in UTC local time, and there's quality problems. There's millions of schedule changes coming in. Some may have not allowed aircraft owners that you don't want to have on your marketing flights. There is flight numbers assigned twice, not flight numbers. Codeshare assignments are not feasible. There's different booking codes. And you want to deliver those every Monday, every Tuesday, every other day, couple of times a day in various formats and various transfer protocols. So those are all challenges that you have with the marketing flight generation and the schedule data exchange. So there's a lot that needs to be considered. There's complex codeshare agreements with dozens of conditions that you really need to consider. There's voluminous and complex schedule data changes. We have roughly 1 million schedule changes per day. That shows how much is happening there. There's the part of the schedule data exchange. If you're cooperating with a partner, you need to make sure that your schedule is available at their place, fast and reliable. And if that's inefficient, the whole codeshare operation is in danger. Also, missing process alignment between partners is a challenge, and the manual interaction. So if you need to send schedules via email, do manual FTP loads, that's tedious, that's manual interaction, and this is going to hinder the optimum process flow. And then we see this in today's times, and we've seen this in the past, permanent and fast changing schedule data. There's updates every minute, so you need to cope with what's coming in and what's happening in the systems. And then there's also several other influencing factors: minimum connection times, traffic restrictions, traffic rights. So there's a lot of things to consider when you're doing codeshare management regarding all those topics of implementation, communication, processes, and manual work. Tool support is essential. You can't do this manually. If you want to be successful, you need a good tool to support you. So our solution is SCAD Connect. SCAD Connect helps you with doing coach on operating flights. So that means you'll have automatic receipt of the partner schedule. You have a rule-based connection builder, which will find the best possible connections for you, even if there's changes in your schedules, if there's changes in the departure times or the aircraft that you're using. And we will, of course, consider limits, traffic rights, equipment, flight number ranges. And we'll have the possibility to do scenario handling to see if there's new potential and new markets. But operating flights are only one part. Of course, you also want to handle your marketing flights in a good way. So you'll have the automatic receipt of the partner schedule. And we're going to automatically generate the marketing flights for you, copying from the partners, booking classes, meal codes, and other data elements. We check the quality of the partner schedules and we see if there's any code check conflicts. So by this, you'll have a real-time synchronization between you and your partner. In addition to this, we can take care of creating a saleable schedule. If you have set up your schedule and you got your rotations in place and everything, that's great, but that's not enough. You need to add important information like meal codes, like PRBGs, like in-flight entertainment information, and so on. There's a lot of things to consider, and SCAD Connect can help you in putting those on your flights automatically based on data element rules in the system. So once that you have your schedule in place, once that is set up correctly, SCAD Connect also offers you user configurable distribution rules that you set up once and the distribution is then done automatically. You can deliver your changes via SIM files, via email FTP, SFTP, or you can deliver ASMs, SSMs, via telex, via email. We can aggregate those changes. We can support the schedule delivery to the CRS systems. All major CRS systems are connected to SCAD Connect already. So seeing that you have the schedule data exchange in real time shows that you get permanent schedule publication and you will have coach synchronization anytime. So there's no classic schedule data exchange necessary anymore. The point is that SCAD Connect has a private area and a public area. You do your changes in the private area, and once you publish your flights, they are immediately visible for your partners, which are also on SCAD Connect. SCAD Connect has a customer base of 35 or more airlines. So that's something where you can connect, something where you can work with your partners. Also, then there's feedback regarding operational flights, regarding marketing flights. So we can work on that immediately. And we also provide the partner schedules. And we load this into the public area, and you can easily access those partner schedules to set up your best connection flights when you're doing codeshare management. Currently, we're having the airline schedules of roughly 160 airlines in there, and there's roughly 40 to 45 million flights in SCAD Connect. We also do flexible reporting. We can basically select anything from SCAD Connect and put it in basically every possible format: HTML, PDF, CSV, Excel sheets, and you can create those reports yourself, and you can set up distribution rules to send them via email to the departments that may need them. We have a schedule toolbox that gives us possibilities to merge schedules, to compare schedules, to see schedules on a map. And we're also having the coacher analyzer to see, what about the synchronicity? How good is my out of sync analysis between me and my marketing partners? How do we handle this? And then there's also timetable generation. We can create a timetable report in the timetable layout, which you can use for your publication of the schedules. How does it look if SCAD Connect is in place? Well, there's actually at the moment the system roughly as it would look. in your airline without SCAD Connect. You have a scheduling system, you have an ops control system, you have coacher partners, and you need to deliver data to other partner systems. So this is actually the thing without SCAD Connect. Having SCAD Connect in place, that'll give you a central flight repository, which is connected to the scheduling system, to the ops control system, to the web client, and to your coacher partners. And from this place on, you can deliver all schedule information to other parties, to partners, to inventory systems, or to in-house systems. So this is where there's the big benefit of SCAD Connect. It can act besides enriching your schedule to make it saleable, besides doing code share management and providing you with the best connections that you can find to create more revenue, to have more bookings. SCAD Connect can also serve as a central schedule repository, something where the whole airline can take a look at the most current schedule. We have departments in the stations that need schedule information. We have customer claims that need information on schedules. So all those departments can take a look at SCAD Connect. So let me just give you a short glimpse, as long as I have time, for SCAD Connect and how it looks like. So this is SCAD Connect, and what you're seeing over here is the SCAD Connect web-based client, which you can access to, for example, search for flights. Let's take a look. For example, what do we have? Canada from Frankfurt. And you can go over here and you can search for all the flights that are in the database. You can take a look at the current flight detail information. You see the PRBDs, you see the meal codes, and the data elements that SCAD Connect can add. Also, you can mark your flight for comparison. For example, if you want to compare an operating flight with a marketing flight that's on there. So going to the flight details over here, I can also compare this one, and then I can compare those two flights, and I can see what's the difference between the operating and the non-op flight. We have some changes in the aircraft version, PRBD meal codes. We see that. That's an easy way for you to use the web client to compare flight information. Also, of course, we can give you an overview of a lot of more flights that you will see here, or you can take a look at the flight history as well. So if you're looking here, you can also show the flight history, and then you'll get the overview. What happened to that flight? When was it created? What happened? What were the time changes? How's that flight developed over time? Besides having the pure schedule search flight information, you can, of course, as well edit the flights. You can insert flights if that may be necessary. You can take a look at schedule changes, the flight history, flight calendars, and you also have file access to all the SIM files that have been coming in. So actually, if you need some kind of SIM file access, it's easy to get this on the file repository. That way you have access to all the schedule information that you need anytime. So this is SCAD Connect, giving you access to the flights of your airline and of your partners' airlines. And there's a lot more to it. So if you're interested in SCAD Connect, please let us know. You have the contact information. Please tell us, and we're happy to show you more about the system. And we're happy to show you more about how to better manage your code share connections. And of course, to have more bookings, how to create more revenues, because that's actually what SCAD Connect is for, making your airline more successful. So I see now my time is up. And with this, I hope I could give you a good overview on SCAD Connect. And I think I'm handing back to the studio to Dirk now, right?
Yes, Thomas, thank you very much. It was great, even that you managed to also give us an insight into the new SCAD Connect web client. That was, yeah, first time I saw it. Great. Thank you very much for that. culture management, SCAD Connect, and the next in our row, if we follow not the yellow brick road, but the Netline video, is Netline Ops++. And now a very, very short video just to continue on our presentation.
Manage your operations by exception with Netline Ops++ and make fast and cost-efficient decisions in order to keep the schedule deviation impact as low as possible for the passengers.
Okay, as that very short, but the main content you will now get from Jorge. Not from Jorge, from Marco. Sorry, Marco. Yeah, we have so many colleagues. Marco will give you some more insights into Netline Ops++, and he will do a similar perfectly time management as Thomas did. Marco, stage is yours. And if you already talk, you're on mute, classical Microsoft Teams, and don't forget to share your slides.
I'm already sharing.
Ah, okay, very good. We can now also hear you. So as I said,
okay, wonderful. Yeah, I will try to do it not longer than my 20 minutes. Yeah, hi, my name is Marco Heroth. I'm product manager and consultant for Netline Ops++. Before joining Lufthansa Systems, I worked more than 10 years as ops controller and dispatcher, so I know your business very well. First of all, I want to give you some general information about Netline Ops++, and then we will go into the live system, and then I can give you also some use cases. But now let's start some general information. 7 airlines using Netline Ops or Netline Ops++ were in the top 20 of punctuality. The source is OEG, and it's the numbers from 2018-2019. The same for 15% of the worldwide fleets are controlled with Netline Ops++ and or Netline Ops. Netline Ops has strategic significance for Lufthansa Systems. Why is it important? That means that we always have a continuous development because there's always budget available for it. Over 36 million euros have been invested in Netline Ops++ so far. These are the numbers also from 2019, and there will be more because of the Lufthansa project. Also, there will more invest into the system. We are providing at least 2 main releases per year, and every 2 weeks minor release with many features. That means if you have a change request, and it depends a little bit on complexity, then we can deliver this request, this new feature very, very quick. Our product development is powered by 15 current customers. You could be the 51st or 52nd. Every release will be available for all our customer, and also the ideas from the other airlines, you will be benefit them. And our core team consists of 70 experts, and 20% of these experts are former airline employees. With Netline Ops++, we serve airlines of any size and any business models. We have a network carrier with regional and commuter services. Then we have also business model network carriers with regional service and cargo operation. We have commuter airlines. We have startups and very small airlines. But we also have airlines with roundabout or more than 400 aircraft. Low-fare airlines. We also have network carrier groups, especially here the Lufthansa groups, and at the end they will have around about 700 airlines. And of course, we are also providing our system to a cargo carrier. Here in this example, that we have up to 200, but we also have other airlines, cargo airlines from the US, peak times, they have up to 1,000 aircraft. Oh, but now let's talk about the challenge for an ops controller. When an ops controller has a disruption, he always needs to make a quick decision. To find a good solution, he always needs a lot of high data or high quality information. Unfortunately, most of the systems do not support the ops controller very well. Our solutions at Lufthansa Systems with NetLine Ops++ are management by exception, then all information at a glance. I will come to all this a little bit later. And we are also providing a state-of-the-art decision support. Let's start with management by exception. Management by exception, what does it mean? The management by exception principle allows you to proactively avoid disruptions. But when you do have a disruption, it allows you to focus your resources the best way possible. For that, we listed all identified operational unfeasibilities. Here are some examples. You have, for example, the MEL item expiry, crew PAX misconnections, or when a crew is touching the end of their flight duty time, critical weather conditions at the airport. Then also, if a check is not carried out, we have overbookings, then longer flight time than average, ground time violation, or when a maintenance base capacity is exceeded, Ops++ will warn the ops controller. That means you don't need to search for a problem. The system will give you always a warning, will give you always indication that there could be a problem in the future. For that, you then have more time to react. We have this feasibility warning window. You can see we have different categories. We have pure alerts, we have maintenance alerts, we have operational alerts. We have here in this picture, you can see 28 routes. But now at the moment we have up to 70 routes. And if there's one rule, one necessary warning missing, maybe it's a special thing of your airline, then of course we can develop it, and then we will have the 71. You have different severities. Here, for example, we have a warning. We have the info, we have the warning, we have the critical, and we have the error. And you can decide what warning you will match to what rule. Because for some airlines, overbooking is more important than, for example, PAX misconnects or crew misconnects. So I will jump quickly into the system. We will give you only one use case. Here, this is a NetLine Ops++, our ops control system. And then you can see here, we have the double bar concept. And then you can see the boxes directly on top of the legs. Here, for example, the purple one. And you can go mouse over, and you can see check critical weather conditions at the airport. This is Moscow. Sorry, this is St. Petersburg. And then I can go mouse over to the airport, and then you can see the weather here. This is a warning. You don't need to have a look into another tool to check the weather. The system will give you a warning. The system will give the warning related to the flight, related to the leg. I have my feasibility warning list here. I can open it. I hope it's not too small. And then, as I already mentioned, category, rule name, severity, and also flight. We have not only critical weather, this is one of my favorite feasibility warnings, but for example, we also have PAX misconnections, for example, here. And then you don't need to search for the flight number. You can click into the monitor, and then it jumps into the GUI, into the Gantt chart. Then you can also go mouse over, and then you can see here, these are my misconnections. You can also see it in the passenger transfer message. See it here, is affected, how many passengers, what booking class, how many bags, and what is the connecting time. In this demo, we have a connecting time as 1 hour and 30 minutes, and you can see here for 4 business passengers with 6 bags, I only have 1 hour. You can also have it in a visual way, that you can activate the PAX Connects monitor, and then you can see it here. We have different colors. You can see here, okay. I have one red line, this is the flight to St. Petersburg. A red line, that means normally please rebook. Then I have green lines, that everything okay. You don't need to do anything. Then I have also the yellow line. These are the most interesting lines because maybe with a RAM-to-RAM transfer, or you can park both aircraft near to each other, then the passenger can make it. So then one last example. Also a crew misconnection. So here you have crew misconnection. When you have crew changes, then you can also click into the system, and then it jumps directly when the connecting time is too less. You can go through the list. So then it's not only crew. We have, as I said, a lot of rules, 70 rules in total, but we also have sector constraints. Sector constraint. These are the constraints, mostly technical constraints. For example, when I have an APU in op and I will fly to an airport without an air starter, then the system will give me a warning. Here, for example, here we have it here. This is a flight from Warsaw, capital of Poland, to Minsk, capital of Belarus. And then I can go most over. You see the red box, and then you can see APU in op. Please provide air starter and confirm at airport. This is not only with APU. You have it with anti-skid and now with also route related. If you have an HF route and it's then HF is in op, so you need to file a VHF route and so on. A lot of warnings, as I said, the system will warn you about everything. And normally, as ops controller, you cannot miss anything, and this will really improve the quality of your operation because you have more time to react when the system gives you a warning very early. So now let's jump back to the PowerPoint presentation. So, but it's not the only thing. We have, of course, all the warnings, but we also can reduce complexity with multiple Gantt charts. Here is one example. You can have one Gantt chart with all the delayed flights. Then you see only the delayed flights. You can see passenger connecting flights. You can also have an overview only about your hub. Airport, then you can see crew misconnections, then of course also MEL items with high integration with the MRO system. Also MEL items will come into the system, and then you will also get warnings. CTOT, of course, then visibility warning. You can have one monitor with the visibility warning, and of course also the Lido flight planning system is also possible to have it. So the next solution was all information at a glance. That means that we try to have almost all information, all relevant information into Net and Ops++, so that you don't need to change it to another system. That will also make your reaction quicker. We can interface with almost all reservation system. Same applies to flight planning system, air traffic control, maintenance systems. For example, you can then receive ground events, you can receive MEL item restrictions, so you don't need to have a manual input, everything can be automated. Crew control, of course, you get crew names, crew duty times, then also the warning crew illegal. After, will give you a warning when you are working in a scenario, for example, then you have to delay a flight, then the system, when you delay it too much, then the system will give you a warning and will say, okay, please have a look on your crew. With this scenario, you are not legal anymore. Of course, we have our NetLine hub, but we can also integrate also with other hub system. Then you will get all the passengers, transfer messages, movement, etc. PP. Flight crew, you can send ARCAs out of the Ops++, but you can also receive ARCAs. And then you also have the ARCAs related to a department. You can have ARCAs coming in, and they are only visible for dispatchers, for maintenance controllers, or also for ops controller. And of course, we can receive SSIM files, ASM, we can send SSM, and also we have interfaces with our NetLine products. We have a good data quality when we integrate with other, but it's of course a little bit easier when we integrate with our NetLine SCAD, our NetLine Crew, Lido, and also with Amos. With SCAD Crew, we can share a database, and then of course the data quality is very, very high, and also the system is very quick, and you also need to maintain only one database, not more than one. So state-of-the-art decision support, Dirk already mentioned it. And we have our TailX opt and SolverX opt. These are two optimizers. Most of the prospect ask, why do you have two? Other have only one. Yeah, because the TailX opt is the planning optimizer. This will plan your daily rotation, but not a day of operation, but before day of operation. You will see it on the next slide. And the solver is really a recovery tool. This is a disruption management tool. This is on day of operation. When you have a problem within your operation, then you should start a solver XOP. Here is a short overview. You can see here the yellow line on the left side. This is day of operation. There's where you should use a solver. On the right side, this is day before operation. There's where you should optimize your tail assignment. Before using or working on disruption, it would be great to have an optimized tail assignment. You can see here, these are all the data coming in. These are all data that are considered for this optimization. We have from maintenance planning, network planning, crew planning, and so on. You can optimize months before, then you can do it again weeks before, and then of course the real optimization will take place days, 1 day, 2 days before operation. Depends a little bit on your ops master period. So next stage is decision support. We are working on AI OCC, artificial intelligence. The thing is, for most, it's only a buzzword. Some of them have created some ideas on paper, but we are a step further because we had all these design sprints, we had the idea on the paper, we had only this as a buzzword, but in 2020 to 2021 we started to implement AI OCC at Eurowings. Eurowings is a Lufthansa group member. We started to implement it, and you can see it here. This is how it works. You can see the two screens on top, that are NetLine Ops++. Screens under this is Lido, and then on the right side you can see this is our AI OCC function, and then you can see this system will give you advices, it makes suggestions. Of course, you can decide if you want to accept it or not. You can also reject it. This is what we are working currently on with high pressure. We are improving it, as I said, together with Eurowings, and we are on a good way in this path. So I need to look on my thing. Then we have for all other departments that don't need write writes, only read writes. We have our read-only access compact. You can use it on a tablet. This is also, or you can also use it on the phone. This is, of course, access to relevant information from the OCC. You can find all necessary information in our web-based solution compact. For example, for customer management, most of them have a question, then they can have a look into the system. Or, for example, for maintenance, of course, they can also use compact. They can see all relevant information in this system. So then also we have OpsLink. OpsLink, this is more for station manager. There's a renewal ongoing, but besides for the old OpsLink, we will automatically get a new one. Opslink is kind of internet system for your handlings agent, and then you can make your input, arrival times, movements, next departure, turnaround view, and all the things. One is the flight incoming, one is it outgoing, how many passengers on board, and so on and so on. You can also feed it with gate info, fuel information. The handlings agent will get aircraft information, airport information. That is here mostly for the handlings agent. And so you don't need any CETA telexes. You can also save money with that. Most of the airlines are using email, but some of them are using CETA. With Opslink, you don't need CETA messages anymore because the input goes directly into Ops++. So these are Netline Ops++ modules. We have the core system. We have our maintenance control system. With that you can plan also the maintenance. As I already mentioned, we have Opslink. Then flight log. This is for flight log is for post-flight work. Then we have Compact. I already showed it. We have Crew Connects, which is a visualization of your route changes. Same with passenger connection. Also a visualization of your passenger transfer. And then tail exhaust and solver exhaust. And we also have the airport slot handling the slot monitor. There you can also see the grandfather rights monitor your airport slots. So last slide, because I think that's over. Value propositions. Yeah, with Netline Ops++, you have more information in one system. You can reduce complexity. Of course, you can focus on operational disruptions. You can work on many flights in parallel. You can find solutions quicker. You have a real-time quality check because the feasibility rule engine is running the whole time in the background. When IOCC is also in place, then also ARCC will check always your daily schedule. And of course, you can share information. You can share information with other applications, especially with Crew, and also it will be possible with SCAD, but also with other maintenance systems. And maybe if you have another optimizer in place, also with other optimizer. Yeah, what we can say with Ops++, you can of course save time and work efficiently. So I think the time is up. And yeah, thank you very much. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Marco.
Thanks a lot, Marco. Damn, yeah, somehow.
Yeah, Marco is my twin. It's okay.
Yeah, you look very much alike. If you would have seen his colleague, you could understand my confusion. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. At the day of ops, besides Netline Ops++, we also have another system which is crucial for your operations, and that's the weight and balance part. And therefore, I'm really happy to have Jörg. Luckily, here we just have one colleague doing the presentation, so I cannot confuse him. Jörg, giving you some insight into Netline Load. And Jörg, the same as we had with the colleagues before, unmute and also share your presentation. And to our DJ here, Benjamin, could you get Jörg in? So
I shared it.
Yes, all good. We can hear you. Perfect. So I would say you are set to go. Jörg and Netline Load. Have fun.
Yes, also good afternoon from my side and a heartily welcome. My name is Jörg Sacher. I'm product manager and business analyst in Netline Load team. And I'm happy to talk to you about Netline Load, the load control solution of Lufthansa Systems. Does it work with the sharing? Because I do not see it on my, no. Okay, great. Yes, how can your load control efficiency be increased with Netline Load? We have 10 success factors which improve your efficiency. You can see them here. It's going from safety and agility over automation and communication up to technology. 5 of them I want to point out shortly today. The first success factor I want to talk about is NetLine Load's flexibility. NetLine Load is supporting multiple airlines and their business models. It supports one-leg flights as well as multi-leg flights, and the user role concept allows to tailor the responsibilities according to the airline's requirements. You can also run multiple airlines in the same environment, tailoring the load control process specifically for each airline. We support centralized and decentralized load control by having worldwide access via a web browser, and we are providing mobile solutions at the ramp and in the cockpit. And different AOC settings can be handled in the same environment. For this, I want to show you the next slide. This is about the centralized load planning. You can have as much as load control centers or AOCs as you need, and where the shift managers, the load controllers, and the master data managers have specific views which are designed according to their role and tasks. And these AOCs, they are connected to the remote stations where the users like web agents have access also via a web browser or via our mobile solution. And remote users, they can feed the system with the relevant data like cargo, baggage, or DGR, dangerous goods, and they get the documents provided from the system like the loading instruction or the load sheet. The next success factor is NetLine Load's accuracy in calculating the zero fuel weight, and this also results in fuel savings. And therefore, NetLine Load is using historical data for the calculation of the zero fuel weight. We have historical data for passenger, baggage, cargo, and mail figures. For instance, we have historical data for no-show, go-show factors for the booked passengers, or we have baggage factors. So that means we know for each booked passenger how many bags should we calculate with. And with this historical data, we are able to really improve our estimated zero fuel weight. We have airline-specific rules for average baggage and passenger weights, for galley weight, for potable water, and much more. All the relevant flight data is automatically updated via incoming interfaces, for instance, in case of an aircraft change. And these connections to external systems, these interfaces, they also help to reduce the manual error potential. And last but not least, we have a close integration via product standard interfaces with any flight planning system. The outbound zero fuel weight message sending is triggered by defined tolerances. That means as soon as the current zero fuel weight is exceeding these tolerances, the system is automatically sending a new zero fuel weight message to the flight planning system. Our success factor automation. This is the most important key to increase the productivity, but also to increase quality and safety. NetLine Load offers full automation by time and event-driven actions and checks. We have, for instance, an automated load planning function called AutoLoad. This functionality is distributing the planned load automatically in the aircraft on the positions. And this is based on optimum trim and also on defined load priorities and embargoes for the load categories and also for the load positions. Also, departure messaging like LEM, CPM message is automated and also documented. In the irregularity handling is also automated. In case of an aircraft and routing change, everything is done automatically. And we have a module called Integrated Service Bus, and this is also supporting our automation by integrating all relevant external data sources like check-in, reservation, cargo, or other external systems. And it is converting the customer formats of the messages to our own standard product formats, if required. If the customer is already sending in our standard format, then for sure nothing needs to be converted. And all this automation features together leads to the situation the load controller can fully concentrate really on management by exception. and which means that he only has to deal with the problematic flights, and he has a continuous monitoring possibility in his so-called My Flights list, where he can see all the flights where he's responsible for. The SuccessFactors communication, NetLine Load allows an
Yeah, with such a long event, it happens from time to time that we have some trouble with Teams. So sorry, Jörg, for the disruption, for the interruption. Are you ready to continue? Or to...
I'm still sharing. Do you see my slide?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you're ready. Yes, I can see your slide. I cannot present it, so you can take over. And sorry for the disruption.
Should I go some slides back? Or?
No, it was here on this one where we lost the presentation. Okay. Thank you, Jörg.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah, problem. Okay. Yes, I was just talking about our chat functionality, which is integrated in all our user interfaces, and with our new cockpit solution, also the pilot is integrated now and can chat with each, for instance, with the load controller or with the ramp agent. And therefore, also a fast communication is possible in case of last-minute changes, which also avoids delays. Also, our messaging is part of our communication. All the documents which we are creating, like loading instruction, load sheet, post-departure messages, and also a no-talk document, can be sent to predefined emails and teletype addresses, and also the log files can be sent to our customers. Last but not least, the SuccessFactors technology. NetLine Load is running in the Microsoft Azure cloud, which ensures a high grade of scalability and stability. We are everywhere web-based, from the master data up to the mobile solutions, and we use state-of-the-art standard software, as you can see here in the list. If you are interested, just check. And another big benefit is that NetLine Load is just at the beginning of its life cycle, and therefore it's really future-proof. The left side, you see how the load plan looks in our user interface for the load controller in the back office. And on the right side, you see also how the load plan looks like on our mobile solution on a tablet. Currently, we have the NetLine Load Core and free modules which we offer to our customers. The NetLine Core is the heart of NetLine Load. It includes the full automation and all configuration possibilities. Then we have additional module Shift Manager called Shift Manager. This is a module to plan your load controller resources for a shift. Then we have a mobile solution for the ramp. Here the ramp agent can update the load, for instance, the weight or the ULD code of a load item. He can confirm the loading and he can chat with the load controller. If he's confirming the loading, he can confirm each position that it has been loaded according to the loading instruction. Then also the load controller and the back office can see that on his load plan, because this position will become green and he can check and monitor the progress of the loading. This mobile solution app is a web app, so you do not have to download it from any app store. It just runs in the background in the browser. We have a version for smartphone and for tablet. Then we have a completely new solution, what we call our cockpit solution. This is also an app, and it will integrate a cockpit into the load control workflow. The pilot can check and confirm the load sheet. He can change the final fuel, or also he can take over tasks from the ramp agent or the load controller. This is the next big step on our way to optimize the load control process. I will give you some more details on a later slide. How does NetLine Load now improve the operational productivity? The process costs are optimized by saving working hours and increasing the number of load sheets per load controller. And overall, the turnaround time, the trim, and the payload are optimized, which also leads to an optimization of fuel costs and revenue. And I want to give you some statements of our customers regarding their productivity increase. So Japan Airlines was our launching customer. They stated that they increased their productivity by 280%. So before using NetLine Load, they handled one load controller was able to handle 8 flights per shift, and now he's able to handle 25 flights per shift. Then Aerolíneas Argentinas, they said that the NetLine Load estimate zero fuel weight calculation improved massively their fuel consumption accuracy. Then we have the Azul airline from Brazil. They are managing 35 flights per shift, but they are doing the load control and the flight dispatch together. So one person is doing both. And they say if they would separate that, then one load controller would be easily able to manage 80 flights per shift. And then we have Aer Lingus. They said about our mobile solution. They were the first airline which were using our mobile solution, that they were able to lower the required ramp rolls they need by 2 persons. Yes, so delivering the future is the topic today. So what do we plan for the future of NetLine Load? As I was shortly mentioning before, our new cockpit solution, this will be the next big step in simplifying the load control process and to reduce costs by moving more and more responsibility into the cockpit. We will have a minimum viable product ready for this until end of this year. And the planned features for this minimum viable product are the approval and the reject of the load sheet by the pilot. So this will replace the currently used ACAS messages, which are still in place, used by our customers, and can also save a lot of money for our customers. And the second feature is that the pilot can change the fuel figures in the cockpit directly, and that he can also set the final fuel status there. So I want to show you some screens we already created for this cockpit solution. This is already created with our UI framework, XGJS. And so it's not a PowerPoint screenshot. And you can see on the left side, this is the load sheet tab for the pilot, where you can see the latest load sheet and where you can press a approve button, a acknowledge button, or a reject button. And on the right side, you see the fuel tab, where he can see the fuel figures, the current ones, and where he can also change the fuel figures if he wants to. Yes, and what is our vision with this cockpit solution? Our vision is that the load control workflow will be much more improved by that, by moving more and more tasks into the cockpit. You can see here that we have on the left side, we have full automation on the server side. The load controller is only required optionally, and if at all, only for exceptional cases. then the loading instruction will be released by the system automatically. And at the ramp agents and the pilot, they are sharing tasks, or the pilot is taking over complete tasks, for instance, changing or confirming the load. And at the end of the process, the load sheet is again created automatically by the system. So with our new cockpit solution, not only the number of load controllers in the back office can be reduced, but also the staff required at the ramp. Here's a delivering the future. How can generally the future of load control look like? And here we have another vision, and we want to show you at the end of our NetLine load presentation a video of our prototype for a 3D load planning. So that was it from my side. Before the video starts, thank you very much. And if you are interested, we will be very happy to have any time a live demo for you. Just contact us.
3D visualization has long been one of the main techniques in surgery training and in architecture, as well as in landscape and environmental planning. It opens up broad opportunities and allows the imagination to easily translate the most daring ideas into reality. So why not use it in load control, where loading instructions are still in 2D? The 3D load plan represents the 2D version in a highly user-friendly screen with intuitive navigation. It provides load controllers with a realistic view of what the load plan will look like upon completion. The user can easily view the 3D load plan from every angle by simply turning it or rotating it the way he likes. The load controller can also zoom into particular load items, especially if he needs a closer look at interior spaces, for instance to identify overhangs, indents, or inoperative locks. When creating or optimizing the load plan, the load controller can easily add load items. And of course, he can also remove them with one click. Load items can also be distributed by simply drag and drop. The load controller immediately sees the result on the actual trim bar. All load data is updated automatically within the application. This includes all relevant checks for aircraft limitations and dangerous goods restrictions, as well as warnings if these are violated. So what are the benefits of a 3D load plan? Firstly, it minimizes error. As 3D visualization provides the load controller with a realistic view of the load plan, he can, for instance, see if a non-ULD conforming load fits or not. Secondly, it supports operational stability. The load controller can identify wrongly positioned load items before the actual loading commences and take necessary corrective action. Flight delays due to incorrect loading will be minimized. Thirdly, it improves the load controller's performance. Today, many load controllers work remotely and do not necessarily have a ramp agent background. With the 3D load plan, the right belly loading, especially for unusual load items, can be much more easily understood for better and faster results. Fourthly, it eases training and learning. For load controller trainees, the skill of creating a good load plan will be much more efficiently qualified with this technology. And finally, it improves the communication between load controller and ramp agent. With a 3D load plan, both are literally on the same page about the loading of the aircraft. They can communicate more easily. So in summary, the utilization of 3D visualization technologies in weight and balance may be one significant feature of the future load control. The 3D load plan is therefore a chance to reinvent load control with new technology, leading to more efficient and accurate work execution and, of course, results.
Wow, interesting to get a glimpse on the future workplace of a load controller. Yes, we have arrived at the end of our session. I'm really impressed also by our audience because we have a high participation rate until the end. So it looks like yeah, we really were able to show you valuable information for you. Oh, I just received one question, Jörg, to you. Is there a rules engine for the 3D load planner?
No, this is not yet available. So this is a prototype. We have many rules in the system, but we don't call it a rules engine. We have many. We have more than 120 configuration parameters, and also in the master data, many rules can call that a rule engine. But yeah, it's not a standard rule engine how it's understood in the market. What we use.
Okay, thank you. But it would mean, as we said, it's our first study, which you saw here. Our first running prototype, yes. And we are also able to connect this in a later phase then to the rules of the weight and balance system, of course. Yes.
Sure.
Good. Yes. Thank you very much to the audience and, of course, also to the presenters. Meanwhile, I also remember Marco's name. I managed. And yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for this entertaining and lively presentation. To our audience, if you want to get more details of our different products, you have your regional representatives of Lufthansa Systems, which also invited you for this event. Please get in touch with them, and they can arrange further meetings with our experts. It could be that next year you won't be able to attend online because, yeah, we start hopefully to continue our user forum back here in Germany. So if you're interested further in our products, I guess next year you then have to come to Germany and visit us here for our next Airline Forum 2022. Thank you very much and have a nice evening. Hope to see you next year face-to-face here in Germany. Have a good evening and goodbye.